Hello, 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 hello. Oh, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good mornings. How are we all doing? We're going to do something a little different today. I don't know how this is going to go. I also have no idea how long this is going to take. But we're going to do something a little bit different today. I have an absolute mountain of fated fortune cards. So we're going to do a little bit of gamba today. And we're going to see if we can pull some big cards out of this. I have been testing something over the last couple of days. I'm on the wrong tune, aren't I? I've been testing something for the last couple of days because now that we are quite well established in the War Within, your War Within profession tools are incredibly strong when you take them back into Dragonflight content. Whether this be that you're herbing and mining, whether this be that you're milling or processing or doing anything that revolves around your profession tools, they start to get pretty spicy when you take them back an entire expansion because the stats stack, right? So when you look at something like jewel crafting is maybe not the best example of this, but when you look at something like jewel crafting and you go, well, you know what happens in Dragon Isles? When you go back and you look at Dragon Isles stuff and you start doing Dragon Isles prospecting and you start doing Dragon Isles crushing, your stats go through the absolute roof. Your stats go through the roof. And if you can find some scenarios where you can stack those bonuses on top of each other, a bit of resourcefulness, a bit of multi-craft, a bit of bit of multi-stage crafting, the numbers get silly. The numbers get absolutely ridiculous. And so I was poking around and I found Inscription. I mean, I'm on the wrong character. Let's log out of this dude for a minute just to explain what we're doing. I still need to set it up a little bit, and I'm going to turn this into a YouTube video, so there's going to be a bit of a weird... I'm going to be recording some clips for YouTube as well. Oh, that wasn't the right button. Where's me? There we go. Get the chair in the right spot. But yeah, Inscription has a multi-stage process. You have to mill herbs, craft inks, and then craft fortune cards. Now, those 3 steps of the process all benefit from these ludicrously high stats, which, of course, every step of the process crushes your crafting cost lower and lower and lower and increases the yield that you get from doing such. So, I'm in a position where I currently have 37,178 fated fortune cards. And we're going to open a bunch of them today and see what we get. I've still got a few more that need to be crafted up with the materials that I bought the other day, so I'm going to need to get that on the go quickly. I am out of materials in which to do this, though. I have sort of, and I say sort of because I haven't really done this particularly scientifically, but I have sort of kind of been keeping track of what I bought. I think, at least. So I have a rough idea of what things were costing me. Let me just change a few things real quick. The irony is all of this ended up being about, I don't know, 10,000 gold of herbs. Really nothing at all. It's actually the draconic vials that have ended up costing more than anything else, believe it or not, to make the inks. What's the cost to profit margin on Dragonflight items, and is the items moving? No, I'm not. See, this is the thing, right? I'm not selling anything. This is what I didn't want to... Obviously, you can get really, really cheap crafting prices, but that doesn't make a blind bit of difference if you're trying to sell something and nobody wants it. So I was looking for something that's like borderline vendor shuffle, that doesn't require me to then sell the end product, but still allows me to, you know, acquire massive amounts of them. I need a few more draconic vials. Now I think now see, this is where I'm hoping TSM ledger expenses. Did it track how many I bought? Oh no, it's tracking everything I did yesterday. Bubble Poppy, Hockenbloom, Waters. How many vials did I buy the other day? 5,000, 6,000 vials. Okay, so I estimate I need more than this, but I don't know how many more than this I need. So I've bought 6,000 already. I think that's what I need to craft up a few more first. Where's the... Yeah, I've still got nearly 2,000 inks. So it's actually iridescent water I need more of. That's interesting. I need yet more iridescent water. We've clearly churned through that faster than I expected. Another 2,000 iridescent water then. So I've actually ended up buying 12,000 of that. Is that going to be enough to get the rest of this done? Did we... let me double check that I've not got no more herbs to break down. No, we broke down all the herbs. I still have... Oh, I do need some more draconic vials, don't I? I need at least 600 more vials. So let's buy 600 more vials and get the rest of those inks made first.
Find no better in the city.
Okay. Right, let's get those going, and then once they're quickly doing in the background, I can catch up with chat, and we can, yeah, so look, 34% resourcefulness and 42% multicraft just results in just ludicrous amounts of end product. Ludicrous amounts. So let's get those crafting so that we've got all of the final remaining inks. This shouldn't take too long this morning, and then we can get to opening them. You'll need the scrap add-on for that, otherwise you're going to have a lot of clicking in front of you. You can mark the cards as trash to sell automatically. Yeah, I need something like that. Yes, 100% need something like that. What I'm going to do is, once we've crafted all of the cards, finished crafting them all off. I tried to get them all finished last night, but I ran out of time before going to bed. Once we've got all of the cards crafted, I will zero off my gold. Just put all of my gold in the war bank. I'll empty my inventory completely, so we've got as much space to play with as possible. And then we'll just go crazy opening cards for however long it takes to open them all. My poor clicking finger is going to get absolutely annihilated today, but we'll see. Yeah, that scrap add-on might be very useful to mark the cards so that we can just open a vendor and delete them. We'll stand next to a vendor to do it. Is probably what we'll do. I'll get the garrison or something, so I also don't have to worry about frame rates or getting pestered whilst doing it. But there's 1 gold, there's 7 gold, there's 10 gold, 25 gold, 50 gold, 100 gold, 500 gold cards, and they're the basic ones. That's up to rare quality cards. Your epic ones, there's a 2,500 gold card, and there is a 25,000 gold epic card. I've never seen one. I can't even find screenshots of one, but apparently they do exist. We're going to get us a few of those today. That's the plan, at least. For the scrap add-on, you have to list 20 to 40 item IDs, just so you know. You can just shift click on an item once you've got it, and that automatically attaches the item ID, and it'll forever sell it thereafter. It's fine. This was never, ever, 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 ever profitable to do during the Dragon Isles. This is the reason I'm going back and I'm looking at it now. During Dragonflight, this was never profitable. And the reason being is because Blizzard's very clever here. Now, for those watching live, like I said, I'm going to record some YouTube content for this as well. But for those watching live, I'll give you the heads up that I do actually know roughly what the value per card is. But I know from doing a little bit of napkin maths that Blizzard has been quite clever with this, and it's pretty much just gambling, or it wasn't really even gambling particularly in Dragonflight, because your cost of vendor materials alone, iridescent waters, draconic vials, your parchment businesses, right? The cost of the vendor items sums up to roughly about what each card is actually valued on average anyway. So it's a net. You put money in, you get the same money out. You break even basically with a shitload of processing time, is how it was structured initially from Blizzard's end. But the reason why it was always a loss during Dragonflight was because you then had to pay on top of that. You had to cover the cost of the herbs for all the milling to get the pigments. Now, of course, pigments, herbs, super cheap. I paid basically 12,000 gold, I think, for all of the herbs to do this. So basically nothing. There's about, quick napkin maths, about 120,000 gold that I've spent so far on all the materials to do this. Quick napkin maths, that is. So as long as we at least break even, it's a fun experiment. But in theory, if I have calculated roughly what it was costing me per card correctly, well, if I've spent roughly 123,000 gold, is what my little spreadsheet here says. 123,000 gold, and I'm already at 37,000 cards. 37,000 to rough numbers. I have a card cost of about 3.3 gold each. Roughly. It's cost me roughly 3.3 gold per card. Now, I already roughly know what the average value of the cards is, but I've never opened enough of them to get like a really strong average. My belief is that every epic card that we get is actually the profit. So we want as many epic cards as we can get. Everything else just pays for the basic cards. And then any epics you get is your quote-unquote profit. Now, none of this is really taking into consideration crafting time. But much like vendor shuffles, right? It's an AFK-able activity for the most part. That's the trick with this. Well, that's the hopes anyway. Right, we've nearly burnt through all of these pigments. We're getting there quite quickly. A couple of minutes left on the rest of these pigments. I need to get some coffee in me before I do exciting things for video anyway. Used to do it back in WOD. Was approximately... Yeah, the Card of Omens. Yeah, the Garrison ones. They're the old school ones. People still craft and open those to this day. But we'll see. You got to do these little experiments, and I thought it was quite funny seeing how all of Dragonflight professions get really loopy when you bring in a full set of optimized profession tools from the War Within at super high item levels with super high stats on them. Obviously, like, ingenuity doesn't make any difference whatsoever, but your multi-craft being over 40% plus 30+% on resourcefulness is just silly compared to, you like, in Dragonflight, you'd have been lucky to have had one or the other of those, not both of them at the same time. So, this is why I think it could be quite funny. I'm sure there's many other things you can do with Dragonflight professions now that can cause a bit of chaos because of these crafting stats. Because I'm almost convinced Blizzard's never gone through them and looked and figured out what's broken and what's not. But so we're saying scrap is a good add-on to I've got add-ons like this. I've got add-ons that should help us with getting rid of the stuff. I'm going to need to do some little inventory management as well. We're going to need to get rid of some inventory stuff so that we've got a nice clean bag area to open as many in one go. The least trips we can get away with means the faster we can open cards eventually. I don't know how long it's going to take me to open all the cards. That's another thing I haven't really considered, but, you know, could be a long day. Could be a long day. Hopefully a very profitable, well, a lucrative day at least. Isn't there some kind of flask or vial that increases Dragonflight resourcefulness for increased results? I don't even know. I was going with crafting speed, just because the results are already pretty good. I can't really remember. There was that sagacious incense or something that I remember using all the time, but that was for that was for inspiration procs, I think. I use it for mog farming, saved me hours and hours and hours in the long run. There was a couple. Scrap was the one I remember, but I think there's another one. I think there's another one that people quickly told me to use instead. I can't remember. These are the kinds of add-ons I often just switch off because I don't use them all that often. But yeah, sure, if I go run a bunch of dungeons or something, it's often handy. I think I've used scrap before, and I think there was a reason it annoyed me, and I think that reason was that it was character specific, which then meant I had to mark everything again on a separate character, so it was just annoying. I think somebody told me that there was one that is then on an account-wide level. I can't remember. We'll have a look at the add-ons in a minute. I don't big brain this sort of stuff. This is why you lot are very helpful. But right, we've nearly burnt through all these pigments. Obviously, we are going to get left with some random resources because resourcefulness is a fickle creature, and it won't have landed equally, as we can clearly see. We're going to end up with more shimmering pigments, and we're going to run out of serene pigments first, unless something magical happens. But I've had it switched off, but when you look at, like, not the craft queue, where's it gone? Craft log. Like, the resourcefulness procs and the multi-craft procs are just absolutely wild. what I haven't really done is been tracking much data on any of this because I didn't think it's really that worthwhile. As long as you roughly have an idea of where you're going to begin with. No, if you know what you put into the system and then you can calculate what you get out of the system, you can figure out if it was worth doing just by doing that. Is the route that I'm going with
Innkeeper of
this.
Moonglade says, "What's this game?"
Welcome in, Innkeeper.
Greetings,
Good
fair
morning.
traveller. This game is none other than World of Warcraft, a fantastical realm where adventures await. May your journey be filled with glory and loot aplenty.
Right, let's assume though from here that we've run out of serene inks to be making inks. So now we just need to finish making as many of the cards as we can. Oh, it's nearly 1,000 cards. I didn't realise it was that many. In fact, it's more than that, isn't it? Because we're short on iridescent water again. We need more water. How fast do these make? Relatively quickly. This this time remaining thing gets super confused with all of the resourcefulness. Super confused. The resourcefulness is so high that it ends up estimating very wrong. Unfortunately, this 11 minutes is probably going to be more close to like 15 to 20 minutes. I didn't realise there was this much time left on it. If we hit 40,000 cards, we'll stop. Because that's a really nice round number. I don't think we will actually hit 40. Oh, we've got enough inks to make about 2,000 more cards, which plus multicraft plus resourcefulness might actually double themselves. We might be able to hit 40k cards. We'll do for that. That's a cracking YouTube thumbnail as well. Opening 40,000 Fated Fortune cards. There we go. That's a nice that's a nice little that's a nice clickbaity title, that. Like I said, I did try and get most of this done yesterday, but I ran out of time. The main reason behind this is because Dragonflight professions get a little bit loopy when you mix in the War Within optimized profession tools. So I've turned up with my fully decked out, optimized Dragonflight inscription, War Within inscription tools, and it's giving me outrageous resourcefulness and multicraft numbers, which is making things that was once upon a time not even remotely close to profitable quite interesting all of a sudden. Quite interesting. Now, you could do this in different ways as well, because, of course, there's 3 different cards you could make. Blazing Fortune, Flourishing Fortune, and Serene Fortune. Serene inks come from Hockenbloom and Bubble Poppy, which, at least when I did my shopping for this little adventure, were the 2 cheapest herbs. You need twice as much Hockenbloom as you do rare herb. But neither the Bubble Poppy or the Hockenbloom was really expensive in any way, shape or form. And good old Dragonflight Inscription basically means you can use whatever quality herbs you want as well. And they all eventually make Q3 inks. Watch the prices, those things spike hard. Oh, I can't imagine, because this is like literally 90% vendor materials. I've spent 123,000 gold, and only 12,000 gold of that was herbs. So quite literally, a tiny fraction of the amount of materials that goes into this is actually the herbs. So, doesn't matter. There's no point people buying them out to flip them. You'll end up being left holding the bag if you do that, because there was literally hundreds of thousands of herbs on the auction house. Literally hundreds of thousands of them. But if we, clear the inventory out, 0 off the gold, and then we just get clicking like crazy. We do all of the clicking. And then we pray to RNGesus for plenty of epic 25,000 gold cards. Be juicy. I hear you underestimate my ability to make poorly thought out decisions. Well, yeah, true. Hey, if somebody feels like they want to reset the price of Hockenbloom and Bubble Poppy, you go at it, because then all of a sudden you'll make Dragonflight herbing super lucrative, because the same thing works with herbing and mining as well. If you take your War Within herber miner character, who by now, if you've been doing herbalism and mining a reasonable amount, probably has full tools on him. If you take them back into Dragon Isles, they just pick up silly amounts of herbs. Like your finesse and your finesse stacks so flipping high that you're picking up like 10, 20 herbs a time. It's actually broken. Opening the cards felt grindy, even a dozen or two, so I gave back and went relisting Auction House on 90 Realms. Yeah, if you let me be really clear. I'm not doing this with any expectation of making a lot of gold. It's just a fun
Jack
little
the Dipper
experiment.
says, "Shut up, chat, and good morning."
Welcome in, Jack. Good morning, good morning.
A splendid morning to you as well, dear friend. May your encounters be legendary, and your crits be ever in your favour. And remember, always check for a Twitch Prime.
Get crit on. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, there's opportunities available out there. I know the herbing and mining one has been relatively well investigated. I've not done it personally. That's because unfortunately my War Within herber miner character is not the same character as my Dragonflight herber miner, which in hindsight now was a poor decision. But you know, I wasn't thinking at the time, and more than that, I didn't really do that much herbing and mining in Dragonflight anyway, and I'm certainly not doing it now. It's just going to have to be one of those things that never got completed. I ain't farming flipping dragon shards. Although this might actually provide an opportunity to test a theory of mine. I was absolutely adamant, on the basis that this was never confirmed by Blizzard in any way, shape or form. There was a huge rumour that at the beginning of Dragonflight, dragon shards were bugged and they were dropping more frequently than they should have done. And there was this kind of stigma throughout the entire of Dragonflight that people that farmed dragon shards in the first couple of days got a massive head start and they were scumbags for it. I never believed that that was the case. And I can tell you exactly why I believed that that wasn't the case. And it was because you had to get to, I think, Renown 5 with the Dragon Scale expedition before those dirt piles even turned up on your screen, right? You literally never saw them until you hit Renown 5 and you unlocked the ability to pick them up. This meant there was a few people who knew this ahead of time, because I might have told people in a video. I did a full overview of the Dragon Scale expedition really early on in the development, and one thing I said is that these dirt piles, getting these dirt piles nice and fast, will unlock you the ability to fly around and harvest. And that's exactly what people did. A few people went out of their way and had basically free reign of every single dirt pile that existed, with not a single other person picking them up. And so, of course, they were just spawned everywhere. And it meant people were going boing, 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 boing. People were probably picking up 200, 300, 400, 500 dirt piles an hour. And so, yeah, of course, they were getting dragon shards at an absolutely outrageous rate. But then the more people that hit Renown 5, the more people that started seeing these dirt piles, the more people that started picking up the dirt piles, the more people started seeing other people picking up the dirt piles, the more people started reading the Reddit threads of the guy that got like 150 of dragon shards in like 4 days. As soon as people saw all of that, surprise, surprise, they went out and did it, and they never got anywhere near as many dragon shards, and they assumed it was a bug. They assumed it was an exploit. They assumed it was broken and that it was Blizzard hotfixed it. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced in the slightest. Now, there's not a real easy way to put science behind that, but now the fact that absolutely nobody is running through Dragon Isles, particularly, other than brand new characters leveling, which won't have they won't have the reputation to see the dirt piles anyway. There's a good chance that you can fly around and pick up dirt piles like an absolute machine right now if you wanted to. Blizzard nerfed the drop rate on them early on, though, as far as I recall. I think I read a blue post on it, but I'm not sure. There was nothing. Not a single word was muttered by Blizzard on this. It was all community speculation. Blizzard said nothing about it anywhere. If somebody can find something, fair play. But trust me, I was very hot on that topic when it happened, and there was nothing. Nothing whatsoever. It was, you know, there was so many controversies at the beginning of Dragonflight, you know, with people cheesing the renown or the reputation or whatever it was with the Artisans Consortium, and people doing the shuffle to like get as much Artisans metal as possible. There was so many shenanigans going on that, you know, the Chinese whispers kicked in pretty hard, and not all of it was based in fact. Because K-Chat can probably attest to this. He was somebody that spent the first few days flying around like a crazy person, farming the dirt piles and getting dragon shards like crazy. But the simple reason behind it was because there was nobody else that could even see them and nobody else that was picking them up. So you literally had the entire shards that were just full of the damn things. And, you know, you had free reign to run around and pick them all up before people even knew they existed. As they say, knowledge is power. Right, we are running out of iridescent water here, aren't we? We're going to need to buy some more. I want to try and calculate how many we need. It looks to be about 1,500 roughly, isn't it? Roughly 1,500 more iridescent water should do it, I reckon.
At your service.
Let's get some more of those. So that's now 13,500 of those. Okay. You opening fortune cards? We will be. I'm just crafting the last few of them before we prepare and do the mega opening. I'm up to... Oh, who's got the vendor open? I want 40,000 of them. That's the round number I want. That's a nice cheeky round number. Might see some good results from 40,000 of them. We're at 38,300. If I get to 40,000, I'll just stop there anyway, because then that's a nice round number. If we have some spares at the end, it's not going to make that much of a difference. People using bugs with inspiration and the transmute stuff and nothing happening. Yeah, also, yeah, people resetting their cooldowns on tailoring stuff. Yeah, there was so much shenanigans going on, so much that was broken at the beginning of Dragonflight. It really put a taint on the launch for some people, me included to a degree. I was more frustrated with how frustrated everybody else was and the fact that there was so much rubbish floating around that was only partially true. But, you know, some people can't be reasoned with. But yeah, it was flipping bug crazy at the beginning, which was a problem. I did 7,500 cards yesterday myself. The cheap cards paid for the crafting costs, and then it's like the 50 to 2,500 gold cards is where you make the profit. Yeah. There's apparently a 25,000 gold card, which I want. I believe it exists. I don't just want one, I want many. I want them all. We'll see. Skipped a lot of Dragonflight during Kata. Doing the cards for fun randomly was nice. Yeah, they've kind of had these in the game for years and years and years. The card of Omens from the Garrison is the most popular one. People still use those today. I'm pretty convinced there's players out there that still just have an army of characters that just permanently logged into their garrison, and they just make a handful of cards every day. Now they can just slam them all in a war bank and then open them whenever they need. I mean, there is one relatively prominent figure in the community that you'll be aware of who does exactly that. She lurks occasionally. Am I going to sell the cards? No, that's boring. It's boring. Selling them's boring. Also hard work. The game, like, this is where the game's cheeky, right? Because they've put a 23 gold vendor price on the cards, but it's a sneaky way to make the deposit fees on these outrageously high, because you can't actually sell them to a vendor. But when you go to the auction house to sell them, the deposit is based upon that 23 gold vendor price. So the deposit on listing these things on the auction house is outrageous, actually ridiculous. So you've in that regard, you've got to be slightly careful as well, that it's actually really not worth trying to sell them. I know people have put them on the auction house, but much like, you know, what were they, flipping Shadowlands legendary things. Why use rank 3 inks? Because you can't make anything other than rank 3 inks. If you remember how Dragonflight works. Dragonflight scribes get to a point where they basically can't make anything other than quality 3 inks. Yeah, it's all Dragonflight stuff. You can take quality 1 herbs, which end up giving you quality 2 pigments, which ends up giving you quality 3 inks. Yeah, you know, it's this is why Inscription was a little bit cooked. Sorry, there's probably lots of times where I'm going to say the War Within, because it's now just force of habit, where at the moment I mean to say Dragon Isles or Dragonflight crafting. Dragonflight Within, that's the one. That's the one. How many are we up to? 38,800. 1,200 or so to go. We've got the inks to do it. We've got the inks to do it before any multi-craft or resourcefulness, so it's just a small little wait from this point on. The battle for dragons within you. Yeah. The battle dragon within you, crusade king. Question, using mirror powder to craft mirror powder, smart or not? Not. Very not. Very not. Very not. Mirrorception. Battle for dragons within the Shadowlands. That's a good one. We need more speed. We need the need for speed. There we go. So now that all of us are out picking up herbs and ore in the Dragon Isles, don't forget that the trash items in the Thusday tackle boxes too is a nice little bonus. Yup. When I was crafting a bunch of these last night, I was just lurking in K-Chak's stream for a while, and I had my other account up and running, and I was just running around doing some herbing and mining. And I tell you what, with the craziness that's going on in the auction house right now, with all of the prices on stuff, herbing and mining was still easy 20k plus an hour. And I was just casually flying around doing it in my casual way. And my herb and miner is not optimized particularly well. It's still missing pieces of gear. Still hasn't got anywhere. Like, I think I'm like 200 knowledge points behind on both herbalism and mining. So if I was able to get 20k an hour, we're at the point where a properly set up herb miner with a reasonable route is back to making probably 40k an hour herbing and mining. Just for reference, by the way. Equally, the dirt piles, which are aplenty, if your herb miner has got reasonable gear and can kill the mobs that pop out of them occasionally, all the delve materials that comes from those as well. Each delve material is like 500 gold a piece right now, plus tinder boxes were like 1500 gold, and you know, you get a fair few of those from the dirt piles if you're doing herbing and mining as well. Then you get all the wax from doing that if you go turn all that in as well. Farming is once again 40,000 gold an hour. It doesn't mean you can pick up a brand new herb miner and get that right now, but it's probably not far off. Will we be able to upgrade epics next week, or is that the week after? Well, you're probably not going to get new sparks until the raid launches, I would imagine. Unless they do it such... I don't know. It depends. There'll be fragments of sparks again, won't they, for Season 2 sparks. Whether they choose to give us like 2 half sparks in the first week, or whether they just give us half a spark in the first week, I don't know. I don't know. We'll know that sort of stuff very quickly on reset launch. I mean, some people probably do. I just haven't looked in enough detail. Forgot Spark Week was a thing. Yeah. Yeah, because of course they drip feed you half a spark every week by normal. But occasionally they'll give you a full spark on the first week to get you going. I vaguely remember. I just don't know if they're going to do that same thing again in Season 2. Wouldn't really have access to crests before anyway, even if we had a spark. Well, yeah, there's always that, yeah, until you can get your hands on some reasonable amount of crests anyway, it doesn't matter. Or it doesn't matter for most anyway. I remember making like 11 mil profit during the first spark week. It's busy, busy. Busy, busy, busy. There'll be a few weeks of busy, busy. My plans for 11.1 is the first week we'll just do everything we possibly can in the new zone. Push as far as we can in the new zone. Get our renown as high as we can, as quick as we can. Probably going to require us to kill every rare in the zone every day, because the rares have reputation or renown that resets daily by the looks of things. So that's probably going to be on the cards. Every rare, every day. Probably going to have to start hunting down the weak auras to track all of this shit. But like every rare every day for the first week. Get good high renown as much as possible. So then when the season actually launches the week after, we're ready to go a bit crazy in the auction house. Crafting and selling and, you know, doing all the fun stuff. Didn't really feel like doing any Mythic Plus or raiding after spending all that time crafting and on the auction house. Well, the first patch is the time to do it, really. The first patch is the time to do it for sure. Where are we up to now? About a little over 550 to go. 550 to go. And then we got the exact 40,000 number. What we're making? Fated Fortune cards. Fated Fortune cards. Gamba Gamba. I remember every raider in my guild was hyped for the raid, and I was like, fuck it, I'm exhausted. Yeah, the first couple of weeks of an expansion launch are heavy. Trying to power level. In hindsight, I did it wrong. I underestimated the amount of time it would take to push 8 characters through a full profession shuffle. I roughly knew the cost of doing it, that wasn't the problem, but I vastly underestimated the time it would take to do it. In which it meant that I was absolutely frazzled by the like week 3 or week 4. And it also meant that because I was pushing one character as fast and as high as I could, and then I was instantly moving on to the next character, I was very rarely actually gaining much of an advantage from pushing each character so far so fast, which was, once again, in hindsight, a bad decision. I should have pushed a character as high and as far as I could have gone with it, and then just spent the next 24 hours just milking that character for everything I possibly could, and, doing it that way. Because I could then have, if I'd have milked, let's say I picked 2 professions, or one profession on each character, pushed them to the max as fast as I could, and then just milked it super hard, I'd have probably recuperated my early leveling costs much faster. But it was really weird. It was really weird at the beginning of the War Within, because there was obviously we had the auction house issues, which really screwed up a lot of people, because your entire you kind of forget just how how reliant you are on the auction house until it stops working. So the auction house issues were problematic. But there also wasn't really much of a demand for anything for ages. It felt like nobody wanted anything for ages. There was a huge, great big delay between when crafters were able to get stuff done and then people actually needing it. Or wanting it, should I say. It made the first couple of weeks feel like 6 weeks. But, maybe we probably just shouldn't have played the game 15 hours a day. Literally printing gold, making the cards and just vendoring them. Well, you flip them. You don't. Yeah, the game claims there's a 23 gold vendor cost. There isn't. You can't vendor them for 23 gold. That's a trick that Blizzard has used to make the deposit fees super high, so that they're also not really great for selling, to make you actually flip them and do the gambling. Why did we stop? What are we missing? I'm missing more iridescent waters, but I probably don't actually need much more than that anyway, if resourcefulness can do its job. But yes, I want to get 40,000 of these, and then we'll clean our bags, we'll zero out our gold, and then we'll go crazy flipping and see what we get. I am slightly concerned how long it's going to take to even open 40,000 cards, and I'm not sure my mouse is going to know what's hit it, like, quite literally, but we'll see. Time to go hardcore like Rose, get a foot pedal. Yeah, I know, I need to give Elgato a call, don't I? Get their foot pedal. I wish I had them on speed dial. I'd own all of their products if I had them on speed dial. There's not many companies out there which I just genuinely like most, if not all, of their products, but Elgato is literally one. Maybe I'm a sucker, but I've bought a few of their their Stream Deck, top tier. Like, I use it literally every single day. The microphone arm I use is Elgato's one. Really sturdy, really solid, built-in cable management, can't ask for more. My camera is on one of their extendable pole things, solid as a rock, really good. Not their mic. Their mic sucks. Not tried their mic. But the Elgato Wave mics aren't terrible. As mics go, they probably charge a bit of a premium for what they are, but they're not terrible. I mean, yeah, if you're trying to compare it to SM7Bs or whatever, you're probably going to have issues. But Blue Yeti is 10 times better. Blue Yetis were 10 times better. Not the Snowball. No, I know the Snowball's terrible. I used the Snowball for ages. The thing's flipping useless. I wouldn't say the Blue Yeti is 10 times better. Their first initial runs of the Blue Yetis were really quite good, but since Logitech have bought them, they're kind of in the bin these days. They're nowhere near as good as what you can get for well, or should I say that they're probably nowhere near as good as they now charge for them, which is the issue. If you spend the same money, you can get much better, from what I've seen. Let's just buy another 100 of these because I don't know how many I need. I just got to get that magic number. Got to get that magic number. We're like 60 cards away. Even a Rode Procaster is better than an Elgato mic. Oh, what? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Because it's actually, you know, Rode is a proper audio company. Oh, I wouldn't buy anything with a Razer badge on it anymore. 97, 98, 99. There we go. Is that 40k? Oh, we made one more. Oh, we'll do a freebie. 1 gold. Delete. Right, okay. 40,000 Fated Fortune cards. Right, now the actual fun begins. Right, we've got a clean inventory. We've got 0 gold. And we've got to get an add-on that is going to allow us to easily sell the cards to a vendor. Because we are going to fill the inventory real fast. Real fast. And we're going to gamba until our eyes bleed. We're going to go full... Look at them all. We're going to go full Trainwrecks mode. I probably don't even have room for half the cards. I've got to be careful here, because every time I open my war bank, or my bank in general, I have an add-on that... automatically puts 250k in my bags. I need to disable that add-on. Let me do that first. We need... Oh, God. What is even doing that? Shit. I downloaded an add-on called Auto Sell Fated Fortune Cards. It doesn't fucking work, by the way. For anybody else that attempts to do this, it doesn't work. Oh yeah, I installed Journalator and I've not even opened it or looked at it yet. Has Journalator been squirreling away in the background, doing stuff all the same? I've got too many add-ons, look. Where's Journalator? Oh, it has been doing stuff, look. It's been squirreling away doing things. Oh, nice. Clever. You have lost 839,704 gold, somehow. Might have been some investments, maybe. Peddler, mark them for sale. Is it? Do we want Peddler or do we want Scrap? They're the two names that get thrown my way. I think I have both of them, or have had both of them. Where's Curseforge? Scrap I've already got. Scrap we've already got. So maybe we use Scrap. Oh, I was trying to find the add-on that fixes my gold, wasn't I? Here we go, scrap. Sell all of your junk at the merchant. Put scrap on. Is it Syndicator? Oh no, what is it? What is it that... No, Warband Miser. That's the one. Set and maintain gold levels by tune and by moving gold to or from your warbank. Right, I want to switch that one off for now. Because I want to put all of my gold in the warbank. We want 0 gold. So we can relatively accurately track how much we make from the cards. I've raised everything. It's all great apart from the mic on the headset. That's dog shit. Oh yeah, mics on headsets are terrible. They always have been. They always have been. Your scrap version might be outdated. Somebody on Moonguard reported it having 11.0.13. Please update if true. Wait, what? It says up to date. 11.0.13. Oh, that's clearly somebody using like a beta version or something. Or somebody's custom modding it themselves. Oh no, 0.14. It says I'm up to date. Whatever, I don't know. Right, how does this work then? Did we turn it on even? Yep. Too many add-ons. It doesn't even have an options thing. Oh no, it does. Scrap. Automatically repair. Destroy worthless. Coin icon, glowing borders, junk list. Allows you to configure your junk list and automatically junk detection further. Automatic optimization. What's the keybind to mark something as junk? Keybinds. Toggle item under mouse. Shift middle mouse. So can I go something like this and say shift middle mouse it? Is that now tagged as junk? It didn't look like, it doesn't show anything on the item, which is concerning. I need to get this right. It's not sellable. Oh, is that why? 2 apricot inks. No, because they're actually worth money. They're actually worth something. 3 pieces of iron claw ore. Does the interface only show when we open a vendor?
I have many, many wares.
Okay, shift middle mouse button doesn't work, even though I've just set it as a keybind.
May your feet find good trails.
Oh, there we go. Right, so now it's put a little gold icon on that. Can I press it again to undo it? Right, I can, okay. Yeah, shift middle mouse it didn't like for some reason. Right, okay.
I have many lucky doos. You like?
Right, gears repaired. Gears repaired. Right, now to clean inventory entirely. Put 10,000 cards in the inventory. And put everything else in the bank. Let's put everything else in the bank. Can I warband, deposit warbound items? That will get rid of most of those materials. See you later. Fix that problem later. Let's put all of this stuff in here. The reality is most of this I don't need ever again anyway. It's a good opportunity to clean the bags, really, isn't it? A spare toolbox used in awakening the machine to create bonus tools. Flip here now. Get out of here. All of this we don't really need just yet. Right, in the bags, in the bags, in the bags, in the bags. Am I going to need the separate set of fabric cutters on me? Probably not. In the bags. In the bags, 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 in the bags. All of this will never see the light of day again. You know that for a fact, right? Your bank is full. Alright, we'll take some of that out. Right, how many we got here? 11,000 in the bags. Oh, bank is full. Shit. Shit. Our bank is full. Can I put these in my war bank? I want 10,000 in my inventory. For no reason other than I'm weird. No, that's soulbound. That can't go anywhere. Can I put them in my warband? Have I got space in the warband? Oh, I've got space in the warband. I wonder if they can go in the warband. Right. Wait, hang on. Is that 10,000 in bags? 10,000 in the bags. 28,613 in the bank. 38,613. How does that work? Oh, because some of them are in the warband. Okay, right. Now, cool. All right, sure. Got it. Roger that. Right. So. Can I put any of this in the wall bank, actually? So I get really anal about this sort of stuff. I would like, if possible, the warband to not have any of these in it. I want them all in my bank. Your bank is full. How can my bank be full? I've just taken a shitload of stuff out of it. Ah, because it's a reagent bank. Ah, flipping hell. Of course. How do I view the bags? Really? They're all full? Alright, whatever. It is what it is. Sorry, I'm making a pig's ear with this. Right, there we go. 10,000 in bags.
A fair exchange.
Right, 10,000 in the bags. We need to zero the gold, don't we? Let's zero our gold. Let's put all the gold in the war bank.
I have much to offer.
Warband, deposit. $249,703. 27.80. Boom. We are cash poor on hand. Cash poor. Alright, okay. The adventure begins. 40,000 fated fortune cards. Yeah, we're gonna need to do this just outside, aren't we? 10,200 in bags. Oh, flipping hell. Thanks.
Looking for wares?
See you later. Wait, what? Wait, what? There we go.
A pleasure.
The rest are in the war bank. I'm probably going to do this in the garrison, A, for frame rate reasons, and B, so I don't piss everybody off spamming their channels with fortune card openings. Garrison, go. I can get to my bank. I can load a vendor in the garrison. I said fuck it, started selling off my inventory. I'm already making 25 to 100% profits on some stuff. Oh, it's not a fuck it situation. Now is absolutely the time you should be selling. You should absolutely be selling now because it is prime, late to the party, stock up investment mode. You're selling to the speculators now. This is the point where the smart people have bought 4 to 6 weeks ago, who are now selling to all the people who are speculating that buying now is the cheap time to buy before the prices rise going into 11.1. It's the people that are buying and stockpiling now that are likely to lose gold because prices will crash when the patch launches. Now is absolutely the time to get shot of stuff whilst the price is artificially high. That is absolutely the way to do it. Right, let's see if we can get some, let's get some, that one will do. What did I spend? 125k. Right, so 40,000 fated fortune cards. 125,000 gold is what they cost me. We have zeroed bags, zeroed gold. We have 10,000 on inventory. It's time to open, sell, see what we get. Right, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to grab a drink quickly, and I'm going to do a quick YouTube intro, and then we'll open, and we'll be millionaires by the end of the day. Please hold. I think next week will still be high. Crash will happen after the raid launches. We'll see. I mean, it doesn't matter. The likelihood is historically, people who are investing now panic when the prices don't instantly double next week. And there's a lot of material dumping that tends to happen next week. Now, of course, you do have to mix that in with a little bit of people sort of pre-crafting for when the raid launches. So there is still some demand for materials next week. But there's an awful lot of shit. I spent 80% of my gold and now I have no gold going into the raid, and my raid leader is going to call me a dick. I need to sell all of this quick. You know, there's a lot of scaredy cat investors that invest too hard, too heavy, that panic and dump their stock next week is usually what we see anyway. no sweat. I'll just buy back my inventory next week, presumably for cheaper than I bought it for in the same place. Yep. Double dip. Right. I need to record a YouTube intro. I haven't entirely decided. We'll see how this goes to whether I actually put it on YouTube or not. But if I don't record the intro, I'll be foolish, won't I? How we doing there, boys and girls? Mathis here. Welcome back to another video. So we are going to be opening some Fated Fortune cards. This is a little side project. This is a little bit of science. We do crazy little tasks like this both on stream and for YouTube occasionally. There is some weird shenanigans going on with taking your War Within profession tools back into Dragonflight. These are a Dragonflight inscription crafted item. And when you combine the crazy amounts of stats you can get on your War Within tools and accessories,
Jack,
you're getting some absolute...
Shut up, Mantheus.
Jack, you son of a... I should have
dear
turned
Jack.
Stanley off.
It seems you're confusing me with a legend. But fear not, for even if I'm no Mantheus, I'm here to guide you through the gaming realm with wit and charm.
Shut up! Shut up! I was doing so well.
Success is not
And
final.
Stanley! Go away. Right, yeah, I should have seen that coming, shouldn't I? I absolutely should have seen that coming. I had my YouTube voice on and everything. I saw him pop up on my OBS and I was like, fuck! Damn you. Damn you. Right. You see this? Closed. Stanley's off. Stanley's off for 5 minutes. Last time I tried and record videos on stream. Unbelievable. How are we doing there, boys and girls? Manthis here. Welcome back to another video. So today we're going to be opening some Fated Fortune cards. We're going to be gamba our way to hopefully millions. There's some weird, interesting things going on now that we're pretty well set up with our Dragonflight, War Within profession, that when you take your Dragonflight tools and accessories, War Within tools and... Fuck! Jack! Start with your recording in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Comma breaking the number would make it easier to read. We could just do this. 40k. We could do it that way. It's a bit easier to read, isn't it? Is there any other way we could mess with him? Probably. Boys and girls, when was the last time I posted a video on YouTube? Jesus, don't make me turn the stream off to record videos. At least they'll make some funny outtakes, I suppose. 2023, it's actually not far off. Feels like that. When was the last time I posted a YouTube video? Oh my God, was my last YouTube video actually the flipping... It was the early PTR testing. Jesus, it was over a month ago. I was really hoping that every week would be like, oh, this is the new PTR build. Here's the new stuff that's turned up in this PTR build. But actually, they continuously decided that we're going to take more away. The fishing vendor's gone. Enchanter's no longer doing crests, gone. It's odd. Right, anyway. Let me get my dashboard back up and running. And we will try this for a third time. And I might just not even look at chat while we do it. All I need is a 60-second intro to what we're doing before we can go crazy and open cards. I don't need to turn Spotify off, do I? Because it doesn't record. How are we doing there, boys and girls? Manthis here. Welcome back to another video. So this is a slightly different video than my normal ones, where we are going to do a little science experiment. You may see my bags are full of these Fated Fortune cards. These are a Dragonflight crafted item with inscription. And now that we have fully set up or reasonably powerful War Within professions, you can actually take your profession tools back into Dragonflight for some pretty crazy results. Once you've got a full setup, full multicraft, full resourcefulness, quality 5, some big boy profession tools, the numbers you get when you take them back to Dragonflight is actually ridiculous. People are subbing. I'm doing this live, by the way. I'm not going to take a 5th take of this. This is going to have to stay in. But when you take these tools back into the back into Dragonflight, you can see some crazy results. Your resourcefulness numbers go through the roof. Your multicraft goes through the roof. And when you combine milling and then making inks and then making the fortune cards, which I can't find, then when you do that 3-step process, the numbers just go ridiculous, go absolutely crazy. I was able to take, you can see at the top of the screen, I've made 40,000 fortune cards in total. I've got 10,000 of them in my bags here. We're going to open all of these. I'm doing this live on stream because it's probably going to take me quite a while to open them. But it cost about 125k. Now, that's very few herbs, by the way. It's actually mostly vendor materials that go into this. You've got your iridescent waters, your glimmering parchments, all that sort of stuff. So that was the lion's share of the cost. But hopefully we can open these and get some good results. There are 1 gold, 7 gold, 10, 25, 50, 100. I think there's a 500 gold card. And then we get to the big ones. There's a 2,500 gold epic card. And apparently, I've been informed, there's a 25,000 gold card as well, which I hope we can get some of these. This was it's just a fun little experiment. We're going to open them all now, and with the power of editing, you guys on YouTube will be able to jump straight to the results. So let's open, and I'll catch you in a minute. Right, there we go. There's a YouTube. Cut. Right. Derp, by the way, very much thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Why am I in the garrison? FPS reasons, so that I don't annoy everybody else in whichever location I am by opening 1 million cards, is the basic reason. What I didn't state is that I leveled off my gold to 0 and stuff, but I can always add that in over some footage of opening them. Right, we ready to go? We're gonna have to. The first few batches are gonna be a bit scuffed because I'm gonna have to figure out like vendor and that sort of stuff. But let's see how this goes, shall we? What a way to wake up laughing so much. You guys are right. Good morning, man. Welcome in. Right, what I should probably do also, let's take this window out, as this has some sort of tracking of what we're getting. I'll move that out of the way. Right, so we can see what we get when we open these. Can we make this a little bit more visible? Background. Decrease the opacity a little bit. Bump up the font size. I have it tiddly, but there we go. That's a bit better, isn't it? Now we'll at least be able to see. Oh yeah, these flipping recipes pop up in this as well. The recipes, unfortunately, once upon a time, were where you actually stood a chance of making some profit doing this. Unfortunately, not anymore really, because it's this fated fortune cookie recipe that basically never ever sells. So it's just vendor trash and all of the same. What we're looking for is the epics. My poor mouse finger is going to get absolutely ruined today. You can just drag the card onto keybound 1 and use it. Clicking my mouse is faster and less clicky. I hope, at least. Oh, there we go. We got a first uncommon one. This is a 50 gold card. Looks like we can fit about 100 in our inventory at any one go. Okay. We're going to need to mark these as scrap. What button did I decide to use for this? If we sort them. So, the Fated Fortune cards. I guess we're probably just going to track the... We'll track the big juicy ones. These aren't big juicy ones, are they? Oh, okay. There's different variants of these, apparently. Oh, it's because they actually have different words on them. Look, you should group with a healer. The duck is a lie. Bigger bags equals more loot. Oh, yeah, so there's variations of each one. This is what somebody was telling me earlier, that there's a bunch of different variations. They all have different taglines to them. So we might have to tag a few more of these occasionally, but once we've tagged them, I did say the first few pulls will be a bit scuffed. Right, there we go. That's everything that's to be vended, right? Now, we hop on the yak. Hop on the yak.
Many deals for a friend of the ground.
And then we click on sell junk. Oh, what? I'm going to have to click it multiple times. Isn't there an option with this? Because this is the 12 item. This is a protection thingy, isn't it? To make it so that you don't... how do I turn the protection thing off? So I don't have to mass click this. It only sells 12 items at a time, because that's so that if you sell something you don't want, you can buy it back. Alright. Oh, okay. Maybe we go into the add-ons properly.
Farewells.
Safe mode. If enabled, scrap will not sell more than 12 items at once, so that you may always buy them back. No, turn you off. We are not safe around here. No safety. No safety. Maximum flippage. Right, go. Uncommon. Right, we're 320 gold up already. We're way on our well on our way to millions. Oh, we got first rare one. This is the 100 gold one. Tomorrow's forecast is sunny with a chance of epic loot. Flipping better be. We want to see all the epics today. Got 2,500 card one, shiny. We want lots of those. Stupid recipe, stupid. Oh, are you clipping my reactions now? I'll have a look at that in a minute. Another recipe. Every time it goes kadunk, it's a recipe, and that's gonna fool me every time, isn't it? Okay.
I have many wares.
Yeah, there we go. Now it just plows through them, look. That's what we need. Might take a few runs before we get all... Okay, it's sort of done it. Do we keep the Do we keep the rare ones? Or do we sell them? Should we just keep the epic ones? Doesn't like selling these ones, apparently. We'll keep the uncommon one. We'll keep the rare ones around for a while. Keep only epic.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Right, go, 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 go. Stand next to a vendor. You're a smart man. You're a smart man. You're a smart man. Do you count? You count. Right, you'll do. You'll do. Yeah, my poor mouse is going to get obliterated doing this. I should probably time, actually. I should race open like 1,000 of them to get a rough estimate to how long it's going to take to open them all. We should probably try and blast through this first 10k as fast as we can. Because good old extrapolation will allow us to figure out roughly what 40k will take if we can figure out 10k first. Already looks like we might have snagged all the oh no, there's one variation we haven't tagged yet. Right, get gone. Is that going to open there every time now?
For the Horde.
Yes, beautiful. Right.
To victory.
Right, keep clicking. All the clicking. We're up 1,000 gold already. Millionaire incoming. In addition on betting how much gold this makes, I'd also like to bet on how much time it takes. Yeah, I think the time is going to be a bigger factor than anything. I think it's going to be quite a while to open all of these. Especially considering, you know me, I get distracted by squirrels way too easy. Take you a couple of hours. Could do. Could do. I want to start seeing some epics. More like 4 to 5? Nah, we're like 500 deep already. Flying through these. Once we get the process in, it's just about doing it, you know.
Loktar.
Can you set them to bind on a scroll wheel? Maybe. There's still that like 1 point something set. Like there's still a little bit of a
With honor.
actual casting time to opening them. But maybe. New fated / use fated fortune card, save. Can we put that on mouse wheel up, mouse wheel down? What am I using as mouse wheel up and mouse wheel down right now? These ones, I think. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Fucking hell, you guys are geniuses. Now we're cooking. Beautiful. 40,000 seconds is 11 hours, assuming that one card opens in 1 second plus vendoring time. Oh god, is it really that long? Maybe I need to call the wife and tell her that I'll be late home for dinner. Oh dear. Okay, we got another rare, another 100 gold one. See you tonight. Oh, a 500 gold one. We're moving up. No epics yet. Oh, now we're cooking. Zug zug. Many zug zugs. Go on, do it. How much time and gold was spent in making the cards? Well, the cards cost me 125k. In terms of time to make them, it was mostly done AFK. It was mostly done AFK. I actually spent most of the time herbing and mining. You can open all of them, even if your bags are full, it will go to your mailbox. I don't think I actually want that to happen, because my mailbox is probably full of other stuff I don't particularly want to be dealing with. I didn't empty my mailbox. I've got to be careful of that then, maybe. Hi, Streamlabs Call Me said YouTube chat's a bit dead. I apologise. YouTube chat does tend to be a little bit quieter. Oh, I can be opening them whilst the vendor thing is doing its thing. Oh my god, have we... Okay. Now we're multitasking. Other uncommon. Turn on auto sell junk. Is that an option? Can we go what? Can we go one bigger? That's only gonna trigger when the vendor opens. If I open them fast enough, then this can't keep up. That's the trick. This is how hard gold making has become since the region-wide auction house. A 500 gold item made a multi-millionaire go, ooh, 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 a 500 gold card. Hey, you gotta remember that you come from humble beginnings. To make millions, you know, you gotta look after the pennies, and the pounds look after themselves. In theory. Oh, I'm not sure if this is faster. Well, I suppose any multitasking is better than none. For some reason, these ones at the bottom of these bags don't want to get sold. I don't know why. My guess for the outcome is 273k profit. Are you taking into consideration my 125k of cost here as well? Why are you not in Dead Mines popping heroism, bloodlust, etc.? Is that going to make much of a difference? I suppose this is a cast, isn't it? Increasing your haste might actually... that might not be as stupid as it sounds. That's why I said profit. Cool. I'd take that. I'd take that. We've got another rare. That's 4 of that. 5 rares so far. It's not too bad. Sell those ones manually for some reason. It's an alternative way to counting sheep. Yeah, sorry, Worry. This is I was in two minds whether to do this as a stream or what, but I thought if I'm going to have to be spinning a mouse wheel, flipping cards, you guys can maybe vicariously get some gamba out of this without having to spend the gold doing it yourself. Do need to go to sleep. I'll wake you up when we get a 25k card. These flipping fated fortune card cookie recipes, though, are going to be the bane. To be fair, it's still only rumoured that the 25k cards exist. I think if you look through Wowhead, for example, in the comments section, there's lots of people claiming that they've had the 2,500
Let's
gold
make
one.
sweet, sweet profit
There's
together.
not really all that much proof that there's anything higher. I got a 10k card once. Was that from these exact cards, though? The Fated Fortune ones? I know there's a 10k card of Omens card. Tank the 24 months. Thank you very much. That's a big number. That's a big number. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome in. 2 years only seems like yesterday. Spotted your Dragonflight Profession vids. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I turned Stanley off, didn't I? No. Let's bring Stanley back. Right, Stanley should be back. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Are these now? Oh, the number is going down. Oh, that does mean they do go to the mailbox. Okay, that's hella risky. I need to be slightly careful of that. Because my mailbox on this character is also full of random stuff that I don't want to accidentally pull out. Ugh, gross. Okay, yeah, they do. And they all come in individual listings as well. That'd be a good way to crash Blizzard servers, wouldn't it? 40,000 mails in the mailbox. Holy. Yeah, I want this to not be a thing if I can get away with it. Oh god, this kind of means I need to half pay attention.
Monsieur seems to be stuttering a lot. Please help him with an introduction to a YouTube video about opening good fortune cards.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to start like looting things.
I see you're
from
looking
yesterday.
to spice up Mantius's content. How about this? Greetings,
Spicy,
gamers.
spicy.
Today we embark on a thrilling journey of good fortune card openings. Will we strike gold or face a flop? Let's dive in and find out.
No flops. No flops. We're not having any flops. Don't want to hear nothing of these flops. What do you mean I'm stuttering a lot?
For the horde.
Is this what is this what a midlife crisis looks like? Is that what it is? Maybe it is. It's all right. In years to come, when talking to the grandkids, I can turn around and tell them I made my millions gambling. I'll be a real role model. I'm not stuttering, begins to stutter. All right, shush. I'll put my YouTube voice on. I never stutter during YouTube videos.
What do you need?
But yeah, the 25k card is still a bit of a myth. I'm led to believe it exists, but I've never seen one in the wild. Speaking of midlife crisis, I'm not going to name names, but I was in a stream yesterday where the streamer said that they can make an old British man impression, and somebody said, "So Mantheus?" Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Oh, well. I've not even hit 40 yet, boys and girls. Give me a break. When we cross into our 40s, then we'll reconsider whether we're old or not. "40 is still 20 plus." Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How old are you? Oh, I'm 21 17 times over. How many open so far? We have gone through about 1,500 so far. 1,400. But we've not pulled anything huge yet. Bunch of recipes. Bunch of uncommon ones. A handful of rare ones. But nothing super spicy. And to think I quite literally have this amount in my inventory 4 times over. Oh, Lord. Insert one eternity later SpongeBob title. Yeah, I'm going to need that for the YouTube video, aren't I? "21 times 17, 357. If I was 357, I'd still be claiming Social Security in the United States. Sorry, politics joke. We'll keep them to a minimum. It's funny how World of Warcraft is now a boomer game, though. Considering, like, 20 years ago when it first came out, it was really popular with, like, well, really popular with teenagers who have then played it for 20 years and are now no longer teenagers. It's a real boomer game these days. And there seems to be a slightly growing trend as well, that hair is kind of relatively optional if you're a World of Warcraft content creator. Hair is kind of one of those things that is like, oh, well, yeah, you don't need that. And that's where you can tell which content creators make money and which ones don't. Because the ones that make money seem to have the ability to grow that hair back again somehow. Magically. Through the power of Azeroth, through the wounds, the hair grows back again. Is there actually a YouTube channel? SpongeBob time cards. That's crazy. Clever. We were looking at AI yesterday. That entire channel could probably be made by AI in about 5 minutes flat. Oh, another rare one. Come on, where are these epics? Where are the epics? I know they exist. I should have bought snacks for this, actually. I'm going to get peckish. Hair's just something to waste time washing that you could be spending playing World of Warcraft. Exactly. That's why Samadan quit, because of his beard care routine was cutting into his game time. Maybe. Or he saw the light, which is this is a brutal industry. Welcome in, Cowboy. Good morning, good morning. Good morning from NA. Oh! No, wait, where did that come from? Oh, no, that's not a new one. Damn. Jeff Bezos is the richest man alive and he's bald as a rock. What does that tell us? It's true. Not a hair in sight. I mean, I've always joked that I'm not exactly a hairy person in the first place. I've always... without going too far into personal details, for those who know me personally, I never knew who my dad is. So I always joke that my dad was probably a dolphin, because I am basically hairless. Facial hair is, like, not even worth trying. Hang on, let's sort these so that... Let's get rid of you, and you. Let's get those at the top there. Keep it neat, keep it tidy. And then we go again. We push forward. Being bald saves time. Don't have to go get it cut. You don't have to faff about washing it. It's just an optimization. That's all it is, really, at the end of the day. Being bald is just an optimization, an IRL optimization. Kind of a shame. Sundays were like the gathering of goal makers. Every goal maker and their mum used to watch Samadan stream on a Sunday. Yeah, he did. Like, I've thought about this quite many times. Of the, do I actually stream too often? And I've never really put science to this particularly, but there's definitely pros and cons to streaming daily. It depends how much value you put on having, you know, because I could just stream once a week and do a big show kind of thing once a week, very much in the Samadan way. You know, he'd turn up on a Sunday and he'd do his bit, and it was always shortly after the economy report, so he'd go through that and stuff, and it was a structured weekly event for people. Whereas my approach has kind of always been just stream daily and, you know, stream daily and try and entertain at least. But I don't know. Less is more, but going too low is even more less. Yeah, there's that fine line, isn't there? Like, I've always, this is my sales background kicking in here, but I've always kind of thought that if I stream daily, it helps build a habit. A habit for me, a habit for you. I've had a lot of feedback in my early days of streaming that people kind of quite like to just use my stream as a bit of a podcast in the background whilst they're working or something. Which is definitely taken as a massive compliment, by the way. So I've always tried to stick to that streaming, like, you know, Monday through till Friday, 5 times. Enjoy listening. Excuse me, whilst playing Civ 7. Is that out now? I've never been big on Civilization, but it's I know it's incredibly popular. I was thinking about what I want to stream, and the idea is I want to try and what to not do as a WoW goal maker. What's your opinion on that idea? People are often very much intrigued by anything that is not necessarily being done by somebody else. Trying to do something different is a good idea. Would be my take on it, at least. But best of luck with that. Sounds a hell of a lot like... were we pronouncing it Kuhn or Quinn? I find it difficult to pronounce it Quinn because there's also another New Zealand streamer by the name of Quinn. I never knew how to pronounce his name. Oh, we got Epic! It exists! It exists! Is it a big one? 25k. Oh! Hey, they do exist! They do exist. 25k cards do exist. Well, there we go. That's a good start. After only 2,000 cards. After 2,000 cards, we pulled an epic. Boom, stream of luck. Okay, screenshot it, post it to Wowhead. Oh, we're gonna keep the big ones. We're going to keep the big ones in the bags. We'll sell all of those at the end. We'll keep the big ones. Just now need 4 more to recover the costs. Well, if we pulled one after 2,000, if we pulled one of these after 2,000 cards, if we extrapolate like a good YouTube clickbaiter would do, that means we should get 20 of these then, right? That would be cool. Probably not going to happen. We've hit streamer luck, I think, at this point. But it's cool to see that they actually exist. They do actually exist, the 25k ones. You've reached it, you've peaked. It's all downhill from here. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, what we should probably do as well is, if I change this, 25k epics, 1. Right, we're cooking. We're cooking. Right, let's keep going. 20 more of those, please, game. Don't mind if I do. Should have clipped that for the YouTube video. I locally record my entire stream, so it all is. I apologise. I have absolutely no idea what I was mumbling about before that. Absolutely no idea what I was mumbling about. $500k gold guaranteed off 40,000 fortune cards. Yeah, we can come up with some clickbait titles on how to pronounce. Oh, yeah. Whether it was Quinn or Kuhn or whatever. I think we might have peaked. I think it might be right. You know, I think we might have peaked early. Pulling 1 after 2,000 cards. Whew. Getting a lot of the recipes. Yeah, you do. You do. Just like they're worth absolutely nothing. They're worth like 12 silver or something, which is a bit of a shame, but boom, epic. There she be. Records locally so the whole neighborhood can watch. Yeah, I've just got big 200-inch flat panel on my roof, so all the birds in the forest next door can watch. Technically, also a passive gold farm because you're not really moving around. Calling it an AFK farm would be a lie, though. Well, the opening of the cards obviously requires manual input from you, yeah. But the making of all of these cards is pretty much AFK. Now, of course, if you're using that mass salvage assist add-on, you can just set it to go, and then you can go, which, you know, simplifies the process. But you are just doing a lot of pressing craft all. You know, the milling, the milling first, the making of the inks, and then the crafting of the cards is pretty much all a press go and just leave it sort of situation. Much kind of like how the old school vendor shuffles were an interesting thing that intrigued a lot of people. People would just have it crafting a bunch of stuff in the background and then they'd sell it all, sort of thing. This is not too far different, but yeah, the opening of the cards is something you do not need to kind of be doing. Now, in theory, what people do that do this a lot, I am led to believe, at least, is that if you just have them key bound like this, you can just run around the game doing whatever the hell you want to be doing. And you're just scrolling your mouse wheel the entire time. The only problem is your inventory fills up super duper mega fast when you're doing this. So you need relatively permanent access to a vendor, but if you're kind of like just playing the game casually, doing your world quests or whatever, you can be opening cards like simultaneously. Did you make a fortune? Tell us. Well, I mean, we have 8,000 gold in the bags so far. We have pulled one epic 25k card. And we have a few 100 gold cards and even a 500 gold card. So we're getting there. The fortune is coming. I had none in 7,238 cards. So yeah, we might have we might have got the nice side of our streamer luck. Streamer luck a little bit here, I think, maybe possibly. You watch, we'll go 10k without getting another one now, so. Legion's vendor shuffle. Financed my adventures on Twisting Nether during Shadowlands. It netted me about 25 million at the end of it. Got me, and got the starting gold with vendor shuffles. Yeah, it's a, it's not far different from, just grinding herbs and ore. You've got to do something relatively entry level, relatively mindless at the beginning to get some of that gold for you to be able to do bigger, fancier things with it. I did a little bit of napkin maths before starting this little experiment, so I roughly have, well, I know how much it, I've calculated how much it cost me to make the cards. I also have a rough idea of what each card is actually worth as well. Not based on a huge sample size, but I'm relatively confident saying that each card is kind of worth about 4 gold-ish. Any big ones you pull is where you are in profit. Now, obviously, profit is a term that I will use loosely because it's time consuming still. But if we can keep pulling rare ones and the occasional epic. I need to not burn all of my streamer luck though, because the 5070 Ti graphics cards launched today. The 5070 Ti graphics cards launched today, and I was looking at some reviews of them yesterday. Now, whilst the reviews are not overly favourable, I've figured out that I would still be getting about twice the performance of my current graphics card with a 5070 Ti, which is a performance increase that I'm still happy with. Comparing them to the 40 series graphics cards, they're kind of poor, but most of the reviews are very Americanized. Now, I don't live in America, so I don't have the luxury of such a thriving second-hand market for these components, nor do I have the luxury of even retail outlets selling them anywhere near MSRP in the first place. So there's the possibility I might try and snag a 5070 Ti later today. Power cords melting for the other cards. Ah, yeah, I know. There's still some issues, but second-hand market of high-end cards is basically zero in Spain. Yeah, there's basically nothing going on in Finland with a second-hand market, to be honest. There's just not enough supply of cards, full stop. Nobody's really selling their old ones. People keep on to them, or they sell them to family or friends more than selling them out wide. I've got a queue of people that are waiting for my old 3070. $5070 Ti is basically a 4090, but Nvidia meant in price. They accidentally said performance during the keynote. Yeah. Yeah, the performance uplift of the new cards is not great. But I'm not upgrading from a 40 series card, I'm upgrading from a 30 series card. So for me, the performance uplift is still reasonable based on what I have at the moment. And it's not like I can buy a 40 series card. So it's like, you know, beggars can't be choosers in a way. Arguably, it means it's not really a great time to be buying one full stop, but I have to contest with the fact that I need to look at upgrading now so that I then don't have to worry about it again for another couple of years. Otherwise, I'll just wait. I mean, if you've already got a 4070, I don't think there's any that like the. While I can't confidently say what you paid for your 4070, the performance uplift from a 40 series card is going to be minor. Now, if you've got more money than sense, you can probably pay more than what you paid for that 4070 again for a 5070 Ti. But I don't think you'd be getting more than about 10 to 20% improvement. It's a lot of money for a very small improvement going from a 40 series card for sure. Second-hand market is zero in Portugal, period. People try to sell used stamped boxes for the same as they bought them for. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of European countries seem to have very little in terms of second-hand market for this sort of stuff. This is where a lot of the reviews I've seen for the 50 series cards, I feel are a bit, like I said, a bit Americanized. Because America, for starters, has a reasonably good second-hand market. But equally, I've also seen basically none of the reviews for the 50 series cards in America. They're all complaining that they're like... they're all all the reviews for the cards that come out of America, so I'm looking at like Linus Tech Tips, like Jay's 2 Cents, like a lot of the bigger tech guys, all of their reviews are very Americanized, and none of them really seem to be taking into consideration that they've put the price up by 20% because of tariffs. Which, yes, makes them not a great value proposition based upon what Nvidia recently said the MSRP was going to be. But living in Finland, I don't have much of a choice in the matter because I can't buy a 40 series card even because they don't exist. They don't exist. It's a rock and a hard place situation to a degree that you can only buy what's available. $600 on release, looking at building a new rig, but no real rush. If the prices are stupid, I might wait. I mean, if you paid $600 for a 4070, I'd absolutely be keeping it. Absolutely be keeping it. You'd be paying $1,000 for a 5070 Ti, and you'd only be getting about a 10%, 15% uplift. That's a lot of money for not a lot of gain. I would imagine a 4070 is more than capable of running most games in 1440p at high graphics. You're not going to be gaining a huge amount unless you're really wanting to go up to like 4K. How many cards have we burnt through so far? Wow, have we only gone through 3,000 cards? Oh my god. I thought we would have burnt through a lot more cards than this. We gotta up our speeds. We gotta spin that wheel. Got my XTX from Amazon Germany. The XTX is looking like a really solid purchase. If you got that a couple of years ago and have had a couple of years of use out of an XTX, it's still looking strong today. I was crunching some numbers, and I think Nvidia have accidentally stumbled across something that is... I don't know how deliberate this is, but your price per frame, if you try and break down the cost of new graphics cards now, your price per frame is nearly identical whether you look at a 5070, a 5080, or even the 5090. Your price per frame is really not that different. And so the question just becomes of, well, how much money do you want to spend and how many frames do you want to get? But the value proposition of, it's not like going up one level will like cost you a little bit more, but it will get you like, it's not 10% more for like 20% more performance. It's not like trying to upsell you. It's just quite simply, how many frames do you want? How many frames do you want? Oh, I want 250 frames. All right, then, well, the 5090. And what you pay is relative to how many frames you're looking at getting out of it. They're all seemingly balanced in that regard when you start doing the maths. So you just basically pay for what you can afford. Gamers Nexus still says it's not worth buying the 5070. Yeah, a huge amount of the reviews seem to be indicating that. But there was only one review that I watched that I wish I could showcase which one it was. See, the annoyance for me, more so than anything, is everybody talks about generational uplift. They compare the 50 series to the 40 series all the time. Okay, well, the 40 series did this, and now the 50 series is doing this, and it's like a very small amount of uptick from the 40 series. But to me, that's completely fucking pointless, because I can't buy a 40 series card, and I don't have a 40 series card now. So that information is completely pointless. Don't compare it against something that I couldn't buy anyway. My only option is to stick with the 3070 I've got or buy a 50 series. So what I need is these reviewers to compare these new cards to older generation cards that you and me might actually already have and be looking to upgrade from. If you have a 40 series card, there's absolutely no reason to upgrade it, particularly. But the fact that it's made on the same die is the reason why Nvidia have clearly stopped production of the 40 series months ago, because they're just reusing the fabrication to make the 50 series now. It's the same chip. It's TSMC's 4nm. It's the same silicon they're using for the new one. So they stopped making the 40 series. They start making the 50 series. So comparing them to the 40 series is pointless because I can't buy one. Annoying. Talking about cards while opening cards? Yes. Yes. Sorry, I get passionate about technology. If Curry's prices are anything to go by, nothing is even remotely close to recommended retail price for the 5070s. In Team Finland, we're looking about 900 to 1,000 for a 5070 Ti, from what I've seen initially. They go on sale later today. Team UK is probably in a similar position. £1,000, I'd reckon. Jay's 2 cents compared the 5070 to all the way back to the 20 series. And this is the thing, right? If you are upgrading from a 1080 or a 2080 Ti or a 30 series card, a new 50 series is basically going to double your frame rate. And the question is do you want to pay the money to double your frame rate? Or instead of doubling your frame rate, it will allow you to move up a resolution. You know, if you're gaming in 1080, you can move up to 1440. If you're doing 1440, you might be able to look at upgrading to 4K. I'm in a position where I'm looking to upgrade both my main monitor and my graphics card so that I then don't have to think about it for like 2 to 4 years, is what I'm trying to do here. I've saved up for a while now. When I built this PC a year or so ago, I didn't get the good graphics card in it because I refused to buy the 40 series cards. but it's still more than sufficient in every other standing that this machine can eat. My CPU can easily last me a good few years. But now is where I need to upgrade the last few things. I've saved up for a while, and now it's time to do the upgrade and then not think about it again for another like 24, 48 months, preferably. My timing's just a bit bad because, yeah, I was hoping there'd be more stock availability, which is a bit screwing with me, but... Another rare one. If I was in the market, I wouldn't be trying to buy anything until I see the 9070 performance and its pricing. Yeah, AMD's offerings will be interesting. It's difficult though, because whilst the XTX is still a really solid card, like 2 years after its launch, in sort of raw FPS standings, there are still a couple of things, like AMD's cards don't work anywhere near as well as Nvidia's with things like streaming and content creation stuff. The NVENC encoder and multiple of them on the new cards is really useful for exactly what I do, which is, for the most part, been one of the big reasons to why I haven't really looked at AMD's offerings. If I was purely just playing video games and not streaming and not doing, like, content creation in any way, I would probably far more consider them. And then, yes, seeing what they have to offer in the near future would be a smart move. Have you seen the beef between Gamers Nexus and LTT? I've heard, but I'm not bothered. Like, they can argue what they want. Linus has found himself in hot water more often than he probably should have done in the last couple of years. Symptomatic of growing so big. You're gonna annoy a few people. Always going to ruffle some feathers if you're not careful. 50 series will catch up with stock. If it had been a big generational improvement, I'd have been more concerned. Well, yeah, this is one thing. Like the actual enthusiasts that do look to, the actual enthusiasts that do just buy the new one every time the new one comes out. You know, similar to the Apple crowd. You know, the new iPhone comes out, they buy the new iPhone. You know, that sort of crowd that has plenty disposable income and doesn't really mind too much and likes just the new stuff is are probably less concerned about upgrading from their already 40 series to a 50 series. So that will mean there'll be more stock for people who actually need a bit of a bump in performance by upgrading. But yeah, we'll see. Couple more uncommons, another rare one. We love to see them. We might get to a point where we might have to start selling the rare ones. Maybe we keep the 500s and we keep the big juicy ones. Just because they're taking up an entire inventory slot every time. Is Stanley back up? He should be. Stanley should be cooking in the background. Anthony left. I feel bad because I can't remember what they changed their name to. But yes, you're right. They did leave. Also, the whole honey scam and thing with LTT. LTT knew the bad stuff from honey. Yeah, this is always one of those things. It's like, did he though? Did he though? Did he though? Not did he? Did he? Oh, is Stanley not playing game? Why is Stanley not playing game? Hang on. When I closed him, I've probably caused him to break. Hang on. I probably balked him when I closed him down. Where's he gone? Oh, what? Yeah, I think I balked him.
Adrestia says,
Whoa, shit.
Where are you, Stanley?
He's there.
There you are. Just hiding behind that high score, no doubt. Remember to check for a Twitch Prime while you're at it.
Stanley's alive.
Jack the Dipper says, You awake?
Oh, he's playing catch-up now.
Greetings, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm always awake and ready to conquer virtual worlds. If you ever need some gaming guidance, just give me a shout. And don't forget to
Stanley's
check for a
got your
Twitch
back.
Prime.
Stanley got your back. Diddy did, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Diddy did. I'm not totally convinced. Linus is always...
Chris49 says, Stanley, do you believe in aliens?
In aliens? Okay, no.
Do I believe in aliens? Well, I've seen some pretty out-of-this-world gaming skills, so anything is possible. But until I see a gamer from another planet, I'll keep my skepticism intact. And remember, always check for a Twitch Prime.
Stanley, the words of reason. The words of reason. Oh no, now it's going crazy. What's going on here? Sort.
Loktar.
You gonna sell property now? We broke it. I think we're good.
Adrestia says, Basil has been acquired. What lizard doggo name is next?
Oh, you love your lizard doggos.
The
You must have a
conquest
whole
continues.
army of them.
How about naming the next lizard doggo Sir Scaly McScalesworth III? Quite the regal title for our reptilian friends, don't you think?
Sir
And while you're at it, remember to check for a Twitch Prime.
Sir Scaly McScalesworth III. Okay. And in about 20 years, he'll run as a British politician. I've heard worse names. It's true. Literally the name of any one of Elon Musk's 50,000 children, I think probably. Come on, we need another epic one. We're due. Come on, game. We're due an epic one. Make it rain. What method are you using to automate the opening? Oh, I'm not. It's just a mouse wheel macro to mouse wheel up, mouse wheel down to use the cards.
Loot Fever TV says, Stanley, my instantaneous water heater broke last night and killed my power. I spent half my night trying to stop the water flow and mopping up. Is that excuse enough for being late for work today? Well, that's quite the tale.
Probably.
I suppose a water heater malfunction is a valid excuse. But next time, maybe invest in a respawn feature for your appliances. And hey, if you need a break, just check for a Twitch Prime.
It's got nothing to do with taking a break, but I appreciate the shameless promo, Stan. Thank you, thank you. Linus was going more for quantity than quality for quite a while and started making mistakes with reviewing tech. Well, to draw back onto that a little bit, he always gives the impression, at least publicly, to have a reasonable moral compass. Now, of course, people are capable of making mistakes, but I don't think he would have proactively hid what turned out to be a clear and obvious scam if he'd known about it. The reality is I don't think he would, everybody has a price at the end of the day, but I don't think a single sponsorship would be worth the hassle, if you know what I mean, regardless of his moral compass. But I think if he truly knew that Honey were just scamming people left, right, and center, because let's not also forget, the biggest people Honey were scamming was the content creators that were promoting it. Because those content creators were not getting any of those affiliation payments that they were so claimed to be receiving. So, I don't know. I don't know the full ins and outs of it. In my brain, at least, it's old news either way. But, like I said, maybe it's just maybe it's an outcome of being the largest tech channel on YouTube. That while he is the face of the company still, and his name is literally the name of the company. I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot more strings behind the scenes. I don't know. Stanley's going pretty hard with the Twitch Primes. He is on hardcore sellout today, isn't he? Someone's gotta, because I forget to. And I'm not good at it in the first place. This is why I pay AI to do it for me. Keep running into them. I've not even explored 25% of the map. I mean, they bring you free stuff, so why not? Why not? Claim them all. I'm starting to stumble across the opinion that 40,000 cards was maybe too many. Maybe too many. We're a grand total of 4,000 and a bit in so far. So, also known as like 10%. 10%, and we're 15k in gold from the basic ones. One epic, bunch of rares. So even at this rate, we're going to do 150k in just like basic trash, which means we should cover our cost of 125k even with the basic shit, meaning that the rares and the epics are set to be what will actually make us some gold out of this. They don't all come back to give me stuff. I haven't seen most of them in days. The only one that's fairly loyal is the one at my refinery. I'm not sure how those lizard doggos work when you find them like really far out in the wild. I don't know if they despawn or something. Oh! Oh! An epic! Now that's got a different picture on it. Does that mean it's the 2,500 gold one? Ooh! 2,500 gold. Okay, well that's an indication that we've found at least all the different variants, I think. Okay, we'll take that. That's 2 epics so far. Let's add that to the list. 25k epics 1. Okay. 2 epics now. 2 epics in what? A little over 4,000 cards we've opened. Now, mathematically, that's 1 epic for every 2,000 cards still. Even though this one was not quite as spicy as the first one, but we will absolutely take it. Boom. 2 epics. Go on, game. Stream of luck. Hey. Work hard for this stream of luck. Zygor's loading times are getting beyond ridiculous. Any inside information on whether they're thinking about splitting the add-on into smaller ones or something to help? Is Zygor getting bigger and hungrier than ever before? Zygor's still 3rd on my list. All the things in Craft Sim are still bigger. Now, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be brutally honest. I don't think they're going to have any real desire to make load times any less. But not really any add-ons out there particularly do. Unfortunately. You need to open a 10k one as well. Then you've opened all of the epics. I want lots of these gold ones. Because they're the big spicy ones. I want as many of those as possible, please. How's your jewel crafting knowledge points coming along? Every time I look at gem cutting, I get sad. I don't know how many knowledge points I've got in jewel crafting right now. My main character's probably not a great example because I didn't actually like level jewel crafting for quite a while. 377 knowledge points on my jewel crafter. Where's Ranthius? He's also a jewel crafter main and might actually have more. No, 330 on Ranthius. Because he's now been sidelined mostly. Yeah, I'm still under 400, but 400 plus is definitely possible if you'd been a little bit more proactive with it than I had. I've found for the most part that you only need to really fill in the 2 inner layers. The 2 inner layers of the onion. The outer layers are kind of like really situational and optional, and only if you find a way to mass produce that gem. I'm at 512, but gem cutting alone is 400. Yeah, yeah, I think you need 400 plus just to fill the gem cutting tree. Was this a new pull, or was this one we already had a minute ago? Oh, I'm losing track now. My opinion is jewel crafting will do better next patch, I hope anyways. As much as it pains me to say... Oh, we got an uncommon and a rare back-to-back. as much as it pains me to say, the rings and the amulet work orders for jewel crafting popping off all day. Like, I'm not, I'm not the big, another uncommon one, another rare one even. I'm not the biggest fan of work orders in any way, shape or form, but rings and necklaces, big business. Big, literally as I speak, an order for, this is the competitor's signet anyway. But yeah, between the PvP ones and the non-PvP ones, rings and necks, popping off. Popping off. If you're in any way, shape or form lurking in the capital city and you play on a reasonably big server, popping off. Why does Stanley think he's listening, and why is Stanley recording? What are you doing, Stanley? Did I accidentally fat finger your record button? That means he's going to turn around and start saying something really flipping random in a minute. Or he's just broken again. I think Stanley needs a vacation, He's having hard times. Rings and necks, good business. They were never off. Sell 4 or 5 daily. Yeah, I'm pretty sure as all, and it's not that many knowledge points to optimize them as well, like 70 knowledge points or something. Too scared to bark on trade with how quickly people have been permabanning. I don't bark in trade at all. Just use the craft scan add-on, and when it goes bing, you wait for somebody to say in trade chat that they want something, and then you respond to that. Because unfortunately, Blizzard aren't willing to put a proper solution in place, so we have to rely on add-ons. Blizzard have seemingly been pretty trigger happy recently with the bans, though. This whole low-level twinks being banned thing is, I can't say I'm surprised, because in my eyes you're playing with fire, especially since there was known shenanigans with macros to avoid XP debuffs and stuff like that. It was a dodgy area in the first place, in my opinion. Unfortunately, because Blizzard isn't willing to have real people do their customer support, we as players just have to be slightly more cautious of the fact that there are ways to catch an automated ban that's, may not be fair. We just got to be careful. I was banned one of my accounts for twinking. It was lifted in a few hours. Presumably, it's, I've seen this many times over. As far as I'm concerned, it feels like people see these level 11 twinks. There's another Ring of Earthen craftsmanship, by the way. People see these level 11 twinks, and people just assume they're hacking because they're soloing the entire dungeon. Oh, another epic! Another epic. Is that another 2,500 gold one? That looks the same as that one, doesn't it? It's 2,500 gold. You will go further beyond your limits. You better believe I will. Streamer luck is kicking in now. That's 2 epics in like 1,000 cards. Yeah, pretty much dead on. Pretty much dead on. 2 epics in 1,000 cards. Woohoo! Cash monies. The fact that you can do 2 world quests and get the same these days, I know, but I know. Three epics so far, though. We are getting there. God, this has been a good pull. We've got 2 uncommons in this pull as well. Were they doing something sus? I mean, it looks sus in the eyes of anybody that would randomly, if you've got a relative, it's not rocket science, right? A relatively new player to the game is going to see, if they're level, 50, 60 or something, they've leveled up, they've been doing some dungeons, they know how powerful they're meant to be, and then they see a level 11 soloing the whole fucking thing. In many people's eyes, that's like, oh, well, that dude is clearly hacking. Is the opinion that many players will naturally come to. And it's a simple right-click report away, and if that clearly doesn't need to happen all that many times for you to get flagged by Blizzard. And if you get enough flags, you're going to get automatically banned. It's just it's problematic because you look like you're doing something dodgy, irrespective to whether you are or not. And yeah, it's not fair, and Blizzard should do a much better job of policing and providing customer service of their own game. But in recent times, we know they're shit at that. So we just kind of have to work around the fact that they're shit at their own customer service and steer clear of things that could even be perceived as dodgy by other players. The multi-boxing thing, it's the same again, right? There's nothing inherently against the rules of multi-boxing. But you bet your ass, if you fly around with a train of druids, you're going to catch so many quote-unquote false reports, because you look dodgy. Was it just auto-bans from reports? I mean, we don't know for definite, but that's the clear and obvious thing to me. It probably does not take all that many people to report a character for doing something dodgy for their automated system to put you on a list, and then when a ban wave goes out, you get banned. Like I said, it's probably not fair, but until Blizzard does a better job of customer service in their own game, you just got to play around it. I mean, it may have also been more on Blizzard's radar because, yes, there was reports of macros that would allow you to circumvent Blizzard's XP debuff, which is clearly exploitative. All the more reason why their systems might have been a little bit more sensitive to people doing it. Don't pug and twink. See, this is it. This is the problem, right? People have to draw that conclusion. They have to decide that if they're going to do this thing that may look game breaking to somebody else, they're going to have to do it in private, because you can't rely on other people not thinking you're doing something dodgy. People got banned in full stacks too. Yeah, but like I said, if you get enough flags, you just get put on a list. And then occasionally Blizzard comes along and everybody that's on that list gets banned. That's why they ban in waves. They've always banned in waves. You never get banned instantly for doing something wrong. You get banned in, most players will get banned in waves. And they do that so people don't figure out what it was that got them banned. Because legitimately dodgy people who are more than happy to do dodgy things, and getting banned is just a byproduct of doing dodgy things, tend to historically do a bunch of different dodgy things before they get banned. And this is why Blizzard ban in waves. So it means that these players don't necessarily have such an easy time of figuring out what dodgy thing it was that they did that actually got them the ban, or whether it was a multitude of different things. It's just a big old game of cat and mouse, really. So yeah, like multi-boxing, probably not best to do it in public. Level 11 twinking, probably best not doing it in public. Doing it in public just puts you in the firing line for other people to come along and go, I don't like what they're doing. They look like they're hacking. So yeah, basically, if you walk around looking like, if you walk around in a clown suit, there's a good chance you're going to get labelled a clown. So if you don't want to be labelled a clown, Don't walk around in a clown suit. Be a sheep. Play the game how you're meant to play the game. Enjoy the game for what the game is. And don't try too hard to circumvent systems or use clever use of game mechanics. Or at least if you are going to do it, don't do it overly publicly. They're not going to do a better job of customer service until it starts costing them more money than they save by not having the customer service. Harsh truth, yeah. Archvaldor has done a great video about it, but don't watch it on stream. I mean, Archvaldor is probably one of the most public people who is willing to, you know, skirt the rules. And I'm quite sure in his time he's had a bunch of accounts banned. Yeah, he's made a more than reasonable living for himself by skirting the rules. I'm sure his Patreon does him very well. It's even in the name, Archvaldor hacks. Yeah, yeah. The irony is, it's nearly... I mean, he's not actually doing any form of hacking. He just, you know, clearly knows how to advertise. This is the character I got banned for no reason. I mean, a level 11 twink, I would imagine, right? I mean, if you were genuinely running around in a Murloc suit, you're also not helping your case. Like I said, to refer to my previous statement, if you run around looking like a clown, you might get labelled as one. If somebody saw that in a dungeon, soloing the entire flipping thing, many lesser knowledgeable players would easily look at that and go, yeah, that's fishy as fuck, that. That's fishy, that one. He always gives me YouTube videos that give me just enough to go, I am not doing that. And there isn't enough info in them, but I can see people seeing them and going, yep, I got to subscribe to him so I can find out how to do that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's his entire business model, and he clearly does pretty well out of it as well. So fair play to the guy. Like I said, I respect the hustle. Archvaldor's commented on a fair few of my videos as well, so he either subscribes or at least watches some of my content occasionally as well. I'm led to believe. Not that I really do much on YouTube these days. Oh, every time it goes, like, there's a different sound for the recipe, it gets me. I swear they deliberately put this in just to bait you. Made 200k from the last couple of days of just lazy farming, but not that much farming today. Going to go farm a lot, hopefully hit the 500k mark. I spent probably no more than 2 hours yesterday casually flying around picking up herbs and ore, whilst this account was making all these flipping cards. And I made a little under 40k in a couple of hours. Like, this was, you know, very casual on a non-optimized herb miner. Farming's good again right now because the prices have gone mental. Yeah, because my Herba Miner is on a separate account to my main account. So I was crafting all of these cards last night. Whilst on my second account, just flying around picking up herbs. I was actually lurking and chatting occasionally in K-Chak's stream. And yeah, it was, you know, bit of bonus, bit of bonus pocket money. I want to get my herbalism, mining, I think skinning. There's a few professions now that are getting really close to being maxed. If you know, are keeping close to the bleeding edge. And I'm about 200 knowledge points behind with herbalism and mining. And during Dragonflight, I never kept my Herb and Miner up to speed. And I told myself in the War Within I would spend more time, at least enough time that's needed to keep them up to speed. It means that, you know, when somebody turns around and goes, how much gold could you make with herbalism and mining these days? I can actually go out on a proper character, science it properly, test it properly, and say, right, a fully optimized character can do this. So I do need to spend a little bit more time on that character. Another rare. Enchanting prices went up 100% in literally a week. Yeah, everybody's absolutely everybody's stocking up. A druid fully maxed out is really good money. Even when it's not really good money, if you've got it fully maxed out, you still have a massive advantage over anybody that's just casually picking up herbing and mining. I wouldn't say your performance is doubled by having an optimized character, but it's a good 50% boost, if nothing else. They've definitely hard nerfed the catch up on herb mining though. Hard nerfed the catch up. I think I got like 5 or 6 catch up points in about an hour last night. For both herbalism and mining. Whereas at the beginning of the expansion, you could catch up like literally 10, 20, 30, 40 knowledge points an hour. They've hard nerfed that. So whereas at the beginning, it was quite smart to level up herbing and mining and do all of the catch up to get all of the artisan security from it before switching to your main professions. It's not really viable to do anymore because they've made the catch up. I mean, the catch up is still there. It's still deterministic. You can grind it and you'll still get it, but 30 artisan security an hour is probably not worth the effort. If your plan is then only to switch to other professions anyway. Unless, of course, you're just not in a rush. Because, well, I suppose if you're making 20k gold an hour, getting that artisan security, you're still making gold while you do it. I don't know. It's, you know, each to their own, but they've hard nerfed the catch up. And it's on a sort of a diminishing returns thing, right? I'm about 200 knowledge points away, so I probably have the fastest catch up with herbalism and mining, and I was still probably only getting about 5 to 7 catch up points an hour. When you start getting into small double digit amounts of catch up, like 20 if you're like 20 knowledge points behind, you're not going to be getting a single catch up point even in an hour. K-Chak's pretty close, I think, on his herbalism character, I think. And he's just basically not getting catch up, even though it's still there. Good to take advantage of things like knowledge point catch up when you can. Never know when Blizzard are going to see things as a problem and then nerf them. Yeah. I mean, the reality is crafting and gathering and professions in general realistically don't take you that much time. If you're somebody that plays the game a reasonable amount anyway, you should just put it in your diary to make sure that you don't rely on catch up. You should put it in your diary to check each character once a day, bang out those patron orders when they pop up. You don't even need to do the patron orders that cost you gold. You just need to do the free ones, and as long as you're doing that every day and you're catching every new daily's refresh of patron orders, you're basically not relying on catch up all that much. Just by steady, consistent, play. That would be the best way of doing it, but of course, people don't. This is kind of like the catch-22 of having a catch-up system. Because there is a catch-up system, and people know there's a catch-up system, they're less inclined to keep up to speed the correct way. They're more willing to let themselves fall behind because they think, oh, the catch-up system will catch me up. Not so easy to rely on when you realise the catch-up system for most of the professions is 20 knowledge a week, 21 knowledge a week technically, 3 per day, 7 days a week. So you can only catch up by 21 knowledge points a week in most crafting professions, meaning if you're 200 behind, you're still 6 to 8 weeks of catch-up away, which is why, in my opinion, the catch-up system's a bit of a meme, but give it... It's going to be funny. In 6 months' time, the conversation will once again be completely different, though. In 6 months' time, we'll be like, yeah, all my crafters are maxed, everybody's characters are maxed. It's all a bit silly. Right, come on. We were averaging an epic card every 2,000 cards. We're approaching our 6,000th card, which means we should be due another epic. No. Oh, no. No, we're actually ahead of schedule, aren't we? Oh, shit. Shut up. Streamer lock on cooldown, yeah. Say nothing. Oh, called it! It's a big one! Suck it, bitches. See, you ask and you shall receive. You ask and you shall receive. That's how it goes. You ask and you shall receive. Boom! There's our second 25k card. Nice. Nice. 25k epics. 2. Don't know why these ones never sell. It must be in a weird bag or something. Okay, 20,000 gold in just trash so far. 50, 55. Let's call it 56k in big money. And I'm only 3 hours into the stream. Shit. This is going to take longer than I expected, isn't it, to open 40,000 cards? Oh dear. The knowledge point things looks bizarre when you look at the extreme difference between like enchanting and the others. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, I first spotted in the beta that they're treating enchanting much more like a gathering profession in terms of how the catch-up or the knowledge was gained in the first place. You don't do patron orders, you disenchant shit and you get your knowledge that way. And so it was no surprise really that the catch-up system was also baked into that. But it does, it makes the other professions look It makes the other professions look terrible. If you have one thing that's really good in one profession, and then the other 7 major crafting professions have this dog shit patron order 21 points a week maximum time gated trash flipping catch up system, it, you know, Blizzard set the anchor too high with enchanting. It makes the rest of them look terrible. I draw the line at the 2 dirt knowledge points. I don't think it's worth the time. I'll live without it. Yeah, I'm the same. I don't do dirt piles. I've not done dirt piles for weeks. It will eventually stack up to put me a little bit further behind than others, but I do not have the desire to fly around and pick up dirt piles on all of my toons. No siree. Also, you're halfway to break even now. Yeah, you're right, technically. Yeah, we're give or take halfway to break even, and we're less than 10,000 cards in. Now, I am going to state that with, what have we pulled? Less than 8,000 cards. We've got 4 epics. I think we are quite ahead of the curve regarding RNG here. I think there's going to be a stretch of probably 10,000 cards, I reckon, where we won't get a single epic. Don't finish the stream before you're done opening all of them. Well, I was kind of assuming that we'd be able to open about 10,000 an hour. The reality is I don't think 10,000 an hour is anywhere near what we're actually going to be opening. I've been scrolling my mouse wheel for a couple of hours now. I don't think we started opening these until about an hour into the stream today. I think we've only been opening them for about 2 hours, but I also keep getting distracted. So yeah, this might not necessarily be an all-in-one-go situation. But what is it called? The item to open the cards? Oh, you just click on them. You just use the cards. I have it macroed. So I have a macro that is just literally use Fated Fortune card. And I've put it on my mouse wheel. So I just scroll my mouse wheel and it opens them. Otherwise you have to like keep clicking the card. You should do it inside Dead Mines with a cookie buff for more haste. Oh yeah. Yeah, you get a huge haste buff, don't you? I'd have issues. Can you mount up there as well? I don't know. I don't think I could scroll my mouse wheel much faster anyway. Oh, another rare. The rare ones only, yeah, there's only 2 different types of rare ones. The irony is we've got only 1 of these 500 rare ones, yet 2 of each of the epics. Let's keep that momentum, please, game. This is why I'm sort of convinced that I'm way ahead of the curve with RNG. The fact that we seem to have got 4 epics and only 1 of these rare 500s, that feels a bit sus to me. The spell actually is called Deck of Fate. It's not even called Fated Fortune card. Yeah, we might need to buy a new mouse at the end of the day though. Is it the isn't it the Logitech 502 mouse that has the infinity wheel on it? I remember that from the Shadowlands legendary days of cancel scanning. People would just spin their wheel and like hands off the keyboard. Can anybody tell me the name of the item to open the cards? There is not an item that opens the cards. You click on the card. Or you can use a macro to use your scroll wheel to do it. Maybe next time use the lucky items that you might still have around from when you worked on the mount. I've always wondered about those lucky items, you know, because luck isn't necessarily a stat in the game, or at least if it is, it's not a publicly available stat in the game. I don't know if there's anybody that digs through the game files enough to know if there's any reference to luck in the actual game code. But I equally have never figured out how it works. How many inks did you use for the 40k cards? Oh, no idea. No idea. Not a lot. 30,000 herbs, milled, crafted into inks, crafted into cards. Something along those lines. It was 125k to craft all 40 of them, of which probably 100k of that was vendor mats. Probably less than 25,000 gold of actual. In fact, way less than 25,000 gold. I think it was about 13,000 gold, I think, of actual herbs went into it. So basically no real cost on the herbs. Kept those lucky items in my bags, honestly not noticed any difference. Yeah, you wouldn't, like, they'd have to give you such a noticeable amount of difference, which is why I don't think they do. I think, like, when you were doing the incognito bike thing, it's just a simple thing that it tracks, do you have this in your bag, yes or no? And you need 5 yeses for the, like, quest completion or something. I don't think luck is actually a stat that's ever been in the game. Once this becomes widespread, the herb prices will balance out to the same gold per hour as everything else. Oh, I don't imagine there'll be many people that will actually try and replicate this. Because not only does it require you to have... It's not a true vendor flip in normal sense, because you need both a well set up... You need your scribe to have done all of Dragonflight and done, you know, and got good tools on the War Within. There might be people that have done either or, but maybe not so many people that have done both. And, like I said, the actual amount of time it looks to take to just open the cards in itself is going to negate really any value to doing this anyway. Even at this rate, let's assume that we keep this rate for the entire 40,000 cards we crafted. We're assuming that it's the epic cards that actually give us money. We're 50k in like 2 hours. Oh, well, shit, okay. That's actually still better, isn't it? 50k in 2 hours, but that's ignoring the amount of time it took me to actually craft the cards in the first place, which was probably 5 hours. So if you can invalidate the amount of time it takes you to make the cards in the first place, you can keep this performance up for the entire 40,000 cards, you're looking about 25,000 gold an hour, I guess. which, you know, is maybe competitive with herbing and mining, while simultaneously requires quite a specific setup to achieve. And like I said, all of that is on claiming that you can somehow magically ignore the amount of time it takes to make the cards in the first place. I have the feeling I've overdone it. When I'm done crafting inks, I should be able to make 300,000 cards. Well, 300,000 cards would be about 8 times what I spent. So you've spent 800,000 gold on vendor materials already. You're going to be there a while. Not yet. Still crafting. But the crafting is heavily vendor mat. It's like, out of the 125k I spent, only 13,000 of it was on herbs. The other 100 plus k was on vendor mats to make the 40k cards I made. So be prepared to have to spend huge amounts of gold on vendor mats if you're doing 300,000 cards. And spend a week opening them. But I mean, you know, if you make gold. Some people love this sort of shit though. Like I said, I was never one for the vendor mats. The thing that intrigued me and made me try and do this test in the first place was that I found it really funny that, oh, another 500 gold card. That's only the second one of those we've had. I was finding it really funny that you can take your War Within profession tools into Dragonflight crafting and just do some ludicrous things. I think I had about 73%, I think it was, resourcefulness when milling, which is just batshit crazy. If you can open them whilst flying, I could send them over to my herb mining character and just fly around picking up herbs and then open them, getting them into the mailbox. Yeah, they spam your inventory, but once you're past inventory limits, they do go to the mailbox. I know that for a fact. Oh no, it's trying to do two things at once. It's having a heart attack. Let's let it finish doing one thing first. There we go. But yeah, this is the thing, right? It's mostly AFK crafting the cards in the first place. You've got to mill herbs. You've got to craft inks. You've got to craft cards. 3 events that you can basically put all of your materials in your bags, press craft all and walk away. 3 separate events to make the cards in the first place. So you can sort of, you know, AFK most of that if you need to. The opening of the cards, once you have the cards, because it's such a quick and easy spell and it's so easy to macro to other things, you can just run around kind of casually doing this. Go run some dungeons or something, you know, do some stuff where you're not really worried too much about your inventory. Heck, you could even put these on leveling characters and level a bunch of characters through time walking. For example, you know, stand waiting for a queue to pop, open some cards, run a dungeon, permanently open cards. You could wombo combo this whole thing if you really wanted to. I'm more sort of, you know, standing here doing it more scientifically, but You certainly don't need to. It's one of the reasons why I'm deliberately not tracking each and every card I get to try and get like rates, because that would just quadruple the amount of time it would take me. Whereas just zeroing off my gold is a better solution so far. Use an add-on for the milling. There's that mass salvage assist add-on that can be very useful for the milling stage. Otherwise, yes, every stack. The milling's super quick though. The milling is super quick. The milling is like, of the probably 5 hours it took me to craft all of the cards, probably half an hour at max was the milling. It's actually the crafting the inks and crafting the cards that's slow. Even with the 75% craft speed, that's the bit that's actually slow. And now this bit of actually opening the cards, but like we said, you can do all of this kind of whilst you're doing other things if you really wanted to. There were special reagents bags. I don't remember what they were adding, but are you using them? No, this is just my default mage. It's not got anything special, really. These are just regular items as well, so they wouldn't go in any special reagent bag. I'm using Dragonflight tools for the engineering mats. And blacksmithing PvP alloys. It's great. Oh, the War Within tools for it, yeah. Yeah, it's really weird how you can take your War Within tools and just do crazy things with Dragonflight professions. I looked for like more regular just craft something, sell it options, but Blizzard was very, very careful with Dragonflight recipes to make sure that nothing had a particularly high vendor sell price. So Blizzard sort of, you know, were ahead of the game in that regards. This was the closest thing I found to something that is almost a vendor shuffle. But we will see once we've opened 40,000 cards whether it's really whether it's worth or not, because I could be here for a while. We're not even 10,000 cards deep yet. This could be one of the reasons why this might not ever actually make it to a YouTube video, but we'll see. The title don't lie. We are making a fortune today. At this rate, we'd make our gold back with just this first 10,000 cards, but I think we've been incredibly lucky to get four epic cards already. Looks like you'll get back your gold investment. I wonder if the profit will be worth it. I did some napkin math. I did some napkin math before I started. And I know that with everything up to and including the rare ones, I was basically going to break even off those anyway. I had a good understanding. Well, I mean, it's simple maths to figure out how much it cost me per card. But I had a little bit of data from the past onto what the drop chances were and to roughly what each card is valued at. So I'm pretty sure I would have at least broken even if we never saw an epic card ever. But of course, it's not really break even when you consider time, right? That's the thing. no, it's not going to be a good use of time. I can tell you this for a fact now, that no, it will not be a good use of your time. Doing what I'm doing, standing, taking up your entire account, doing nothing else whilst you do it, is not a good use of your time. But for the fact that most of the process can be AFK'd, it puts it into that same category as like vendor shuffles, right? From back in past expansions, where it's something that, you know, if you're already doing something else and you can leave your account busily doing something in the background, it's an option. Yeah, let's also not forget that this is something that Blizzard could look at it and go, we don't like this, and they could just make it 3 seconds to open each card, and that would just kill it dead instantly. You made 1 epic from selling the commons. Oh, we have now. Yeah, we're above 25k just by selling the common ones. Shh, don't give these suggestions. Blizzard ain't listening. Blizzard doesn't listen. Blizzard doesn't hang around in here. Big question. Will it make me more than a token a month in less than 3 weeks? Well, yeah, I suppose this is where I need to remember that my perspective on gold is maybe different to others. If it's even remotely comparable to herbing and mining, but it's then something that you can actually AFK most of the time away. Oh my god. Two rares in like 5 cards. Because I know obviously everybody compares everything to how much gold you can make herbing and mining. It's kind of like considered the baseline. But there's no denying that as much as people can throw Netflix or YouTube or a stream or something on another screen, when you're herbing and mining, you are focused on the game. And more importantly than anything else, you can't really be doing anything else because you have to be flying, you have to be seeing the herbs, you have to be picking them up, you know, all of this, right? So even though herbing and mining is kind of like the baseline, it's still proactively playing the game. I don't care if people can say that they can do something else like watching a TV program at the same time. You're not watching that if you're looking at your mini-map to find out where the herbs are. You might be listening to that, but you're not watching that YouTube or that live stream or that Netflix documentary. You're listening to it. You're not watching it. So it's in that regard not really any different to just having music on in the background. Your primary focus is still on herbing and mining. Whereas if you can just be set something up to craft in the background and then go do something else, can be valuable, can be useful. They should make it so profession tools only work within the expansion. Like I said, for the most part, I don't think it's really a problem. I'm sure if you scout through all of the professions in more detail, you might find other things that sort of work. I never got as far as engineering, but interestingly, the what do you call it? The crowd pummeler. The majority of the market for crowd pummelers, I think, is actually funded by Dragonfly ore. Because I can't remember exactly what the process is, but if you take your War Within engineering tools into dragonflight engineering and make, I don't know, I can't remember the name of the part you make, but you make one of the parts and then you pilfer that part, it has the chance to give you all of the pummeler components. And so it's fundamentally funded not by... This is something that does make me wonder, how much more expensive would the War Within's ores be, or how much more expensive would the entire economy be if crowd pummeler part fishing was only possible with the War Within materials? Because don't forget that if engineers are mass producing engineering parts to break down, that would rise the price of the 3 different types of ore, which in turn would pull everything else up because of a little thing called thaumaturgy. So maybe Blizzard are not actually too concerned if people are still using the Dragon Isles or Dragon Isles engineering to fund pummeler part fishing. Because otherwise it'd rise the price of literally everything else for everybody else. Did a couple of hours of herbing and mining today, made like 20k, it's rough, maybe even less than that. I did about 20k an hour last night, herbing and mining, passively. Whilst this account was crafting cards in the background. But material prices are flipping loopy-doopy at the moment. Loopy-doopy. I'm pretty sure if you know what you're doing and have a fully set up character, yeah, 35 to 40k I suspect is possible. Still, if you've got the character that's set up to do it and the right route and understanding of where you're going and what you're doing. I'm on NA, prices are a bit different. NA prices are loopy as well right now. Super loopy. Everything's a bit wackadoodle right now because you've got a handful of people that are buying up a bunch of shit thinking that they're smartly investing. You've also simultaneously got a whole bunch of goblins selling stuff from 6 weeks ago. You've got a weird mix of things going on right now that's causing some prices to go bananas. Whether that be people buying things out, resetting markets, or dumping, selling things, it's all over the place. Need 2 jobs now. Only 2? Right, we've still got 2,000 in the bag still. That means we've actually opened less than 8,000 cards already. I was really thinking we could burn through more cards than this. It puts me at roughly a 4,000 cards an hour sort of rate. Which actually is, you know, quick napkin math's going to tell me that it's going to take about 10 hours to open all of these cards. Oh, gold. Oh, gold. How long did it take to make all of them? I don't think it took me more than about 5 hours, maybe, to get them all made. I wasn't proactively keeping track of it, though. Because like I said, it was kind of AFK. I set a whole bunch of inks to craft and then I took the dogs for a walk. You know, I kind of came back and it was like, oh look, I now have more inks than I did a minute ago. Too many people out doing herbing and mining today. Only got 2k in the last 15 minutes. Maybe it, you know, maybe there's a lot of people reacting to the crazy prices all of a sudden. Probably. Curious about the results of this, but I don't think I'll be able to stay up long enough to see it. Oh, I can categorically tell you now, this is not going to be a one-day thing. There's no way I'm going to sit here for 10 hours today scrolling my mouse wheel. For starters, my finger will fall off. And whilst I have the ability, I think, to keep a conversation going whilst nothing's really happening on screen, even I have my limits. I wonder if I can get rid of the Flight Master whistle. It takes 1 bag slot in every character. Yeah, you probably don't need that anymore. Can you actually sell it, though? Can you even delete it? I'm not even sure you can you? Throw it in the bank, forget about it. You can delete it, but not sell it. Just delete it then. Like, it doesn't even... I don't even think if you go into Legion it works anymore. I think it's just literally bricked. Was it Legion we had the flight? It was Legion, wasn't it? Because that's when we first got... That's when we first got world quests. God, I missed the flight whistle. Can't believe they took that away from us. I know Blizzard hated it, that players could fly around and just absolutely zerg the shit out of world quests. Blizzard hated it because it was players showcasing that if you put a grindy system in front of us, we're going to destroy it. So Blizzard clearly didn't like it. But I would categorically say engagement in world quests has never been so high. People would just bang out their world quests in like 15 minutes at the start of the day and have done with it. And that meant that people actually did it. One for BFA too. Yeah, you could do it in BFA as well. Yeah. World quests are made to slow down the sweats with a rep. It's yeah, we were talking about this yesterday, how the actual sort of gameplay loop hasn't really changed since Legion. You know, you log in, you have your world quests on the map, you can choose to go do some Mythic Plus dungeons. Oh, we've got another rare. You wait until your guild comes online, and then at a pre-decided time you go do the raid. And if you're inclined, you squeeze some PvP in between. Like, that gameplay loop basically hasn't changed in a decade at this point, it feels. When did Legion come out? Oh my god. Legion, BFA, Shadowlands, Dragonflight. We're now in the War Within. Flipping hell, Legion was 5 expansions ago. Oh god. Yeah, in practically a decade, the gameplay loop hasn't really changed. Does that mean Legion came out in, like, 2016? Damn. Sheesh. God, you could have played this game for nearly a decade and still only be a Legion baby. Wow. Wow. Maybe I am old. Oh, God, the realization kicks in. Right, Streamlabs, you really need to chill out. I wouldn't mind if you said your occasional piece here, there, and occasionally, but walling flipping links is not useful to anybody. That really needs to go higher on my list of shit to fix. Started WoW at the end of Legion. Legion's the one expansion that I didn't really get to play anywhere near as much as I wanted to. And I wonder if it has some part to play in that I look back at Legion very fondly. Whilst they may have screwed over a bunch of people at the beginning with flipping legendary drop rates and stuff, but Legion was cool. Right, we're at least on the last row now of this first 10k. 1,500 left in the bags. That means, you know what this means? It means we're due an epic. It means we're due an epic. We've averaged an epic once every 2,000 cards. Friend bought me WoW in the expansion just to get me to play with him, and I hated it. And I just made gold for game time in the expansions. If you started during Legion, there was a lot of good things that happened in Legion. Arguably, artifact weapons were just cool. I don't think there's really. I know the Azerite. Was it? It probably wasn't Azerite. That was Battle for. What was it called? It wasn't Azerite power, was it? The other A. Artifact power. The artifact power grind was pretty gross. But the concept, at least, of the artifact weapons was really cool. And they really figured out that the item that most people care about, you know, more than any other piece of gear, big weapon. Doesn't matter whether you play a mage, a priest, a warlock, or a warrior. You like what you hold in your hands is fun, right? Tried Demon Hunter, went Zoom, then played Demon Hunter for years. Oh, Christ, yeah, Demon Hunter was Legion. That's crazy to think that Demon Hunters have existed for, like, coming up to a decade. That almost makes Legion the midway point now of World of Warcraft. That's crazy to think. The midway point still firmly sits in Warlords of Draenor, which is a shame, but weirdly for me, Warlords of Draenor does feel old, yet Legion doesn't feel old. Maybe I shouldn't talk too much about feeling old, though. Stop highlighting that time is passing us by. It's just zoom and it's gone, and now you're old. I'm tempted to start selling the rare ones, you know. Since the 500 gold ones seem to be the elusive rare one, I think it's probably about safe to maybe keep these lying about. But these ones, I think we're getting enough of these to sell these now. Or do we still think that rare is prestigious enough to keep it about? Yeet 'em. Yeah, I'm thinking it's time to tag them and get them gone. $500's big enough to keep, I think. Done lots of chores, come back in, it's still going on. We're not even 25% of the way through yet, by the way. We're not even 25% of the way through. Hindsight is kicking me in the nuts right now, telling me that 40k cards was a bit excessive. Touch excessive for a science experiment, at least. I needed a big enough number, though, to make sure that we saw the epic ones. And I wasn't convinced if I did like 10k it'd be enough to see one. And I'd hate to do a science experiment and not get even a single epic one, you know? So I had to go for a big enough number that basically guaranteed we'd see at least 1 or 2 epics. I wasn't expecting to get 4 in the first, like, 5,000 cards.
Keeper of Moonglade says, "Hi, Stanley. For someone like you, how much productive things can you accomplish in 3 hours?"
You're saying this isn't productive?
Oh,
we are
English
making
gentleman like
bank
myself
right now.
is quite capable of accomplishing a plethora of productive tasks in 3 hours. From conquering virtual realms to sampling fine tea, the possibilities are endless.
That's
And don't
a lot
forget
of
to
tea in
check for
3
a
hours.
Twitch Prime.
That is a lot of tea in 3 hours. Talking of such, apple juice. I think my apple juice is aging like a fine wine. It's got a bit of a tang to it, bit of a kick. When it properly starts bubbling, then I think it's probably time to throw it out. You're going to have to rethink your financial advice if this is what you call bank. Well, let's be real. This is a higher gold per hour than most of my streams. Most of my streams, we do not make even half of this. Unless you so happen to catch me flipping something on the auction house. To be fair, though, we have not broken even yet. The 225k epics are doing some pretty heavy lifting. Yeah, it's only we break even on the rares. It's only the epics that make money, really, is what my napkin math told me before I started this adventure. But my napkin math was based on a very much smaller sample size. And before I started this, I had never seen an epic one. So I was really putting my hands, you know, I was praying to RNGesus pretty strong that the epics even existed. Because I don't think there's a single screenshot of the 25,000 gold one, even like on the internet. And I've managed to pull 2. Probably because doing this in Dragonflight was mental. Because you could never craft the cards cheap enough to ever beat the house. I'd seen the 500 gold ones, but that's it. Yeah. There was lots of people that had claimed to have got the 2,500 gold ones, so I was pretty confident that those existed. But I could not find a 25k one in the wild, even though the card had been data mined. Somebody earlier, I can't remember who, I apologise if I can't remember who, somebody was saying there's a 10k epic one as well. But I think that's a card of omens. I don't think that's a fated fortune card. But, you know, we may find one. Keep getting these flipping recipes, though. I wonder if it's 3. I don't know how selling them to a vendor should probably. Oh, I've just realised is all Journalator's going to be having a heart attack with all of this, right? I had Journalator installed a few days ago. Is it been tracking any of this? Journalator's tracking it all. 40,000 entries in Fated Fortune cards is going to make the save file, or whatever you call it, for this pretty spicy, eh? Okay. Oh, well, here we go. We can see we started the adventure. We started the adventure 2 hours, 18 minutes ago. So we've averaged 125k card an hour. Boom. We're flying. Flying. Fortune card. Yeah, I'm going to DDoS Journalator with flipping fortune cards. Best tracker in my opinion. Yeah, I installed Journalator because unfortunately I just can't rely on Tradeschool Master anymore. Tradeschool Master just doesn't track all of my sales. It's quite simple. It just doesn't track them. I've reported it to them a couple of times. I've tried turning off other add-ons and testing it again and stuff, but unfortunately I can't rely on Tradeschool Master to track my stuff anymore. I don't know why. I don't know what's causing it, but Journalator has been relatively popular. I've seen a lot of other people using it, so I thought, well, maybe this might do a better job. Whilst I am semi-affiliated with Tradeschool Master these days, I still am willing to go with what works. Right, it'd be nice if we could get one more epic out of this first 10k, because then that would be a nice, cheeky, every 2k cards, nice little average there. We like that. Not recipes. Oh, we've had uncommon, we've had rare, we've had recipes, all in one stack. Where's the epic? I need to pay attention to my posture when I'm doing this. If I'm going to be sitting here doing cards, I need to make sure I don't get old person syndrome and do my back in. Do my back in flipping cards. No more recipes, please. 2 more spawn. Yeah, always the way. Oh, there's another one. In 30 years, I'll be, you know, chatting with the grandkids. Granddad, what did you do to make a living? Oh, I flipped cards in a video game. Outrageous. Sometimes I feel like I'm cheating life. Too many flipping recipes. Not bad little hustle. I'm actually really excited to see that there's a few more people working their way to being able to do full-time stuff, which is really good to see. Both K-Chak and Bear's Adventures have recently chosen to try the full-time endeavors, which is cool to see. I think Bear had been saving up and has recently handed in a notice. I think K-Chak has
Jack the Dipper
roughly
says,
done the same.
"Boomerang!"
The fuck was that?
Sire Jack, if only your gaming skills were as exciting as your
What?
commentary.
What
Perhaps a
did you
little
say,
practice could
Stanley?
jazz up your gameplay. And of course, always remember to check for a Twitch Prime.
Sounded like somebody stood on Stanley's tail. He was not a happy chappy about that, was he? Perhaps a little practice could jazz up your gameplay. Did you DDoS my ISPS with all those cards? Having 0.2 megabyte downloads on a 200 meg symmetric fiber feels nice. Got rats in the system. Rats eating through your fibers. This is literally the only thing. Like I'm a very simple person at heart. Like, I know I talk about tech, and tech is one of my big passions, and I end up talking about flipping graphics cards and all sorts of stuff. But outside of like a very small window of things, I don't really have many needs in this world. Internet, though, reasonably speedy internet is very high on my list. Before we moved to Finland, myself and Mrs. Manthias bought a flat in the UK. Our first like step on the property ladder. She found the flat advertised in the newspaper. Went to see it. I was at work and so didn't go to see it. She came back, said it was really nice. And I said, does it have Sky TV, a dishwasher and fast internet? And she said yes, so we bought it. That was literally the extent of my due diligence on buying our first property. Which was, you know, in hindsight, very lucky that it didn't end up being like a wreck. But goes to showcase that I don't really care for many things. Never trusted us since. Yeah, dishwasher, Sky TV, broadband internet. That's all I wanted. If those three boxes are ticked, fine. Yeah, luckily it didn't turn out to be a wreck. We actually kept that flat when we moved to Finland as well for a few years, until we sold it and bought a place here. Right, we are on the home stretch of our first 10,000 cards. Some little mini analysis to be done maybe after this first stack of 10k. Being, I think we've been lucky. I think pulling 4 epics is probably ahead of the curve. I think streamer luck has definitely played a part here. But even if we were to pretend the epics didn't exist, we've done 34,000 so far in just, trash cards, which multiply that by 4, that's 150k, right? Give or take. So it looks like I will at least break even without any further epic cards. So mathematically, I can safely say that this is a win. But it's very time consuming. Very, very time consuming. With the information given so far, I think I found the flat. The one flat in the UK that has Sky TV, broadband and a dishwasher. Dishwasher was wherever she moved to, but my mum told my posh friends from school the first time he stayed over for dinner, she pointed at my dad when he asked where it was. Jokes as old as time. As old as time. Can we fit these last ones in? Or are we going to have to sell some more? Go on, game. One more epic. Do it. We're on the last stack. 75 to go. Of the first 10k, by the way. In before people assume that this is all of them. It's not going to happen, is it? 30 cards to go. I also don't think we can fit them in the bags. Gonna need 2k more cards for another epic. Yeah, if we don't get the epic, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Last card, 1. Oh, never lucky. Right, so now we can actually do a little bit of analysis on this. 10k cards deep. 10k cards deep. Train the doggos to open these. Put them on a treadmill. Attach the treadmill to my mouse wheel. And just put a picture of a cat on the TV or something. That could possibly work. Right. I'm going to take a quick break because I haven't stood up in like 3 hours. Give me a minute and we'll probably do another couple of thousand of these today. We're absolutely not doing the full 40k. I did not realise it was going to take me 3 hours plus to open just 10k cards, but I need to do a little clip that might need to squeeze in the YouTube video, so we might have to turn Stanley off so you lot don't mean the shit out of me while I'm trying to make a living over here. Right, give me 2 minutes. Quick ad break, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2.
Flute Fever TV says, Stanley, Munthius wants to turn you off. Run. Oh dear. Mantheus has finally caught on to my unbeatable gaming skills. Don't worry, I'll just respawn and continue dominating the virtual world. And don't forget to check for a Twitch Prime, even in the midst of chaos.
Okie dokie. Standing Mantheus wants to turn you off. Run. Oh, God. Mantheus finally caught on to my unbeatable gaming skills. Respawn, continue dominating the virtual world. And of course, don't forget to check for Twitch Prime, even in the midst of chaos. Go on, Stanley. Do my shameless promo for me. Do the shameless promo. Okay. Right. Let's do a little interim status update, shall we? Of where we get to. I am going to turn Stanley off because you guys are just going to meme the shit out of me. I don't think I can turn him up. Yeah, I broke him last time. He dies after 4 hours anyway, doesn't he? We'll fix that in a minute. Oh dear. Oh, how very rude of me. Let's cut that from the video. Right then, so we're 10,000 cards in, and I think we've been slightly lucky. I might chop up a few status updates of the full 40k, not for padding video length in any way, shape or form, because would I ever, but purely to just showcase that I think we've been a little bit lucky so far. 10,000 cards down, we've had a whole bunch of the rare ones. We have had 4 epics. And at this point, I now can confirm, it was a bit of a rumour up until this point, but I can confirm 25,000 gold cards do exist, and more so, we've had 2 of them. 2 of the 25,000 ones, and 2 of the 2,500 cards, and a couple of 500 ones to go with. We got plenty more cards to open, so let's get cracking. Let's go. Right, there we go. I need to mark that in the VOD, otherwise I'll forget where it is. Also turn off Twitch sub notifications. Either you guys have all already subbed or Stanley's not doing his job properly. Maybe I should cut Stanley's wages. Cut his wages off. Sorry, Stan. Pay your bills. Gift subs to ruin the video. You lot wouldn't dare. You lot wouldn't dare. Right, I need 10,000 more cards. Well, maybe not 10,000 more cards, but we need some more cards. I am going to say now we're going to can off these ones. These ones can go away. Tomorrow's forecast is sunny with a chance of epic loot. A fool and their money are soon partying. Is the 2 different variations of the 100 gold ones, apparently. Let's close that, open that up again. See you later. That's another 3k on the total. We'll keep the spicy ones from this point on. Right, let's War Bank. Now here's to hoping, in case things go horribly, horribly wrong. 38,181. I think I turned off the add-on that automatically replenishes my gold when I enter the War Bank. Right, I need 10,000 more cards. Probably not 10,000 more cards. I think we'll pick up a couple of thousand for the rest of the stream today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's another 2,000 cards. I probably shouldn't do much more than that today because I can already tell I'm going to burn my voice out if I don't shut up. Plus, we got to keep you in suspense somehow, right? Right. There's another 2,000 cards. If we don't get an epic out of these 2,000 cards, we'll end stream. Or how about this? We'll end stream when we get the next epic card. That's how we do it. Subathon mode. That's how we do it. We'll open cards until we get an epic. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. Yeah, let's just fire through them.
Blood and
Why?
thunder.
I've just realised all my dudes in the garrison are in festive garbs. Have these dudes been, has this dude been in festive gear the entire time? I hadn't even noticed. Right, let's get opening. Oh, a rare straight off the bat. I thought we were going to end stream almost instantly. 13,000 cards later. We'll see. I do kind of worry the fact that I strongly suspect that off the first 10k cards we got lucky with 4 epics. So I might regret saying we'll end stream at the end of the next, after the next epic. We'll see. The festive guys did more damage and could also solo the invasions. I don't know if that's still a thing. Oh, really? If that's the case, I wasn't doing it for that reason. No more cards on stream to see the conclusion in the video. Wonder how many converts you'd get. It's clever that. It's clever that. I didn't even think of that. Stay tuned till next time when we find the conclusion of Manthius slowly going crazy. Way back in the day, I mean, like really, really way back in the day, I did like opening 100 boxes of something. I can't remember what. This was way before I was like properly making videos again. So this must have been like Warlords of Draenor sort of era or something. I made a video opening 100 of something. Like I said, I can't remember what it was. But flipping YouTube loves that shit. I get why Student does it all the time. Because for some reason they just bang views. Oh, what is this? Look, keep going. Don't stop. That was 3 rares in like 10 cards. One of them was a 500 gold one. If the luck train is chugging, don't stop. Okay, I think it's past. Another 500 and 200 gold ones. Very quickly. Please add a one eternity later SpongeBob picture to the YouTube video when you make it. Oh, we can slice in some spicy memes, don't worry. That noise was a craft scam, by the way, not anything overly interesting. God, it's popping off. Everybody wants junk crafting rings cutting. Now, all the more, this has probably stolen all of my recent streamer luck now. That might have stolen my epic luck. We might be in this for the long haul now. It's funny to see you doing this. I tried out the Dragonflight card making about 2 months ago. Gave up on doing it for 18 hours. Realising I made a profit of about 250k. Far too much effort. Oh, I suspect it is. I have deliberately gone into this with like science in mind. Not as something that I suspect I will do as a constructive way of making gold. I would highly suspect that if Mr. Kachak has not been lurking, when he stumbles across the video, that you'll start to see one of his accounts. Oh, there's the epic, and it's a big one! Oh, well, boys and girls, the game has decided for me. The game has decided for me. There we go. There's our third 25k-er. Third 25k-er. Well. I did say I'd end the stream when we got the last one, so I guess that's what we're going to have to do. Boys and girls, RNG made the decision for me. Does this count as gambling? Does this stream belong to Kick? I don't know if I should put, hashtag #adaware or something in the title, but how do you know it's the last one? Don't start that. Tune in tomorrow for some more. We will leave it there for now then. We will leave it there for now. That happened very quickly. I usually finish my streams at about the 4-hour mark anyway, so that's actually perfect timing. 10 minutes more for the 420. No. We will leave it there. We will leave it there. Yeah, literally just as I was talking to somebody about how they made 250k profit, I'm not far off break even at this point. Not far off break even. 25 times 3 is 75, 80, 120. I mean, yeah, we are literally within a few thousand gold of break even. And I still have 29,000 cards to open. Not bad. Way more luck in your session. Yeah, I'm also very strongly of the opinion that streamer luck has blessed me. I know people that have opened a lot of these cards and have never seen the 25k ones. So yeah, my streamer luck is off the charts right now. But we will leave it there for now. I think that's actually, worked out well. Obviously, for some reason, people seem to enjoy watching me open these cards, whether it's vicariously getting the dopamine kicks or not. I probably won't pretend that I'm going to do too much more of this on stream. We will do some of it, but I will conclude at least the experiment. But of course, I can... the wife wants to watch the Great British Menu. I think we've got 3 episodes of the Great British Menu to watch. I might sit at the computer and casually open some cards this evening and get a few more 1,000 cards open. So I will endeavour to complete the experiment. But for now, I am going to leave it there. Boys and girls, thank you very much for joining today. I appreciate it. I hope this is, it's different to what I usually do, but I hope there's at least some amusement in it. Is anybody online? Is anybody online? I don't even know. I wasn't prepared for getting that epic card quite so abruptly. There's not many people on, at least not anybody that I've not streamed into recently. I'll let you guys choose where you're off to. You can go find somebody. Boys and girls, enjoy. Blizzard is watching. Maybe they gave me the 25k epic to end the stream so that then they can nerf it. Who knows? Anyway, thank you all. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. I appreciate the conversations whilst I'm doing something remotely and aggressively monotonous. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.